Lunchtime. When the clock struck 12, the office employees all took their lunchtime break at once. Fund. He struggled to raise the fund to establish a new charity. Refund. Since the purchase product was defective, I contacted the store to request a full refund. Rotund. The man with a rotund build, like Santa Claus, interacted with the children with a smile. Shunned. Because he broke the organization's rules many times, he came to be shunned by his colleagues. Expunge. The lawyer requested to completely expunge his past minor criminal record from the database. Grunge. In the 1990s, grunge rock, characterized by raw guitar sounds and sloppy fashion, became popular. Lunge. In the fencing match, he made a sharp lunge, taking advantage of his opponent's opening. Plunge. Stock prices suddenly crashed, and investors feared the market would continue its plunge. Sponge. She brought a sponge from the kitchen to soak up the spilled milk. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Affront. His arrogant attitude was felt as a clear affront to the efforts of the entire team. Blunt. Although he worried about hurting their feelings, he told the truth in a blunt manner. Brunt. The coastal town bore the brunt of the massive typhoon's fierce winds and rain. Confront. We must confront reality now to solve this serious environmental problem. Front. He put on a brave front in public to hide his fear. Grunt. He let out a low grunt when he lifted the heavy luggage. Hunt. A lion is hunting for prey. Shunt. The railway worker shunted the freight train from the main line to another track. Stunt. A severe lack of exercise risks stunting a child's healthy growth. Bluntly. Although he thought he might offend the other person, he told the truth bluntly. Month. He stayed there for a month. Bimonthly. She looks after the bimonthly book club meetings and enjoys attending them. Monthly. The magazine is published monthly and provides the latest fashion information. Among. He was among the crowd. Dung. Farmers reuse livestock dung as compost to enrich the soil. Lung. He quit smoking for his health and started jogging every day to recover his lung function. Rung. He steadily climbed each rung of the career ladder and finally became the president. Tongue. He tried to speak an unfamiliar foreign language, but his tongue got tied and he couldn't pronounce it well. Young. He is still very young. Unctuous. The salesman's unctuous manner only invited distrust from the customers. Bungalow. His dream after retirement is to live in a single-story bungalow built along a quiet coast. Bungling. Because of his bungling response, an important contract fell through. Fungus. Various types of fungus grow wild on the damp forest floor. Hunger. After a long journey, he was overcome with intense hunger and sought food in a nearby village. Hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, so he was very hungry by dinner time. Uncle. My uncle lives in Tokyo. Sunken. Due to a long illness, his cheeks had become completely sunken, and his complexion was poor. Bunker. During the war, soldiers hid in sturdy underground bunkers to protect themselves from enemy air raids. Truncate. Because the presentation time was shortened, he had to truncate his slides by cutting out detailed data. Junket. The politician was criticized for going on a lavish junket using public funds under the guise of an inspection. Chunky. He is good at making a chunky soup filled with plenty of vegetables. Monkey. The monkey climbed the tree quickly. Spunky. She has a spunky personality and never gives up no matter what difficulties she faces. Avuncular. The elderly professor always treats students with an avuncular manner, kindly offering them advice. Youngster. The youngster has a dream. Bunk. The guest house bedroom had bunk beds to make efficient use of the space. Chunk. She carefully cut a large chunk of beef with a knife to make steak. Debunk. The scientist debunked the long-held superstition through experiments, showing it had no scientific basis. Flunk. He neglected to prepare for the exam and unfortunately flunked his math unit. Funk. He fell into a deep funk after a series of failures at work. Hunk. The actor is popular as a hunk with chiseled features and a well-trained body. Junk. He decided to get rid of the junk, such as old appliances, that had accumulated in his garage. Monk. At the old temple, monks engage in rigorous training every day from before dawn. Punk. He troubled the adults around him as a punk who maintained a rebellious attitude. Sunk. The ship struck an iceberg, a large hole opened, and a few hours later it was completely sunk beneath the sea. Juncture. He was forced to make a decision at a critical juncture that would determine the project's success or failure. Puncture. I stepped on a sharp nail while driving and the tire got a puncture. Puncture. I stepped on a sharp nail while driving and the tire got a puncture. Punctuate. He punctuated his speech with gestures to emphasize key points. Functional. The design is not only beautiful to look at but also very functional, with usability in mind. Compunction. He seemed to feel no compunction about the fact that his actions were causing trouble for others. Conjunction. He finally achieved success through the conjunction of his own efforts and the help of those around him. Dysfunction. A lack of communication within the organization caused serious dysfunction, leading to decreased productivity. Function. Let's try the new function of this machine. Injunction. The court issued a formal injunction to halt the company's unfair business activities. Junction. He almost took the wrong direction at the highway junction. Malfunction. A minor malfunction in the system caused the entire factory line to stop. Functionary. He has been engaged in clerical work for many years as a government functionary. Perfunctory. He wasn't focused on his work, and his reports to his boss tended to be perfunctory. Defunct. The once prosperous railway company is now defunct after ridership plummeted with the spread of private cars. Amongst. It is a secret amongst them. Cup. I drank a cup of tea. Pup. The little pup wagged its short tail vigorously, rejoicing at its owner's return. He plucked up the courage to step up and take action himself to seize a new opportunity. Upbeat. Even in difficult situations, she always maintained an upbeat attitude and encouraged those around her. Upbraid. The boss severely upbraided the subordinate, who made a big mistake in the meeting in front of everyone. Upbringing. He had a wonderful upbringing under strict but loving parents. Nuptial. Their nuptial ceremony was held at a luxury hotel, with only close relatives in attendance. Voluptuous. The painting depicted a woman with voluptuous and beautiful curves. Rupture. An explosion occurred due to the rupture of a gas pipe, and an evacuation advisory was issued to nearby residents. Updraft. The hot air balloon rose slowly into the sky, caught in an updraft from the ground. Uphill. The path to the summit was a steep uphill climb, taking several hours to complete. Upcoming. He plans to present his research results at the upcoming international conference next month. Upkeep. The upkeep of this historical building costs a large amount of money every year. Upland. The village is located in the uplands, making it cool and comfortable even in summer. Uplift. The moving movie had a wonderful power to uplift the spirits of the audience. Uproar. The referee's mysterious decision sent the entire stadium into an uproar of fierce protest. Upside. Instead of only focusing on the failure of the plan, we should also consider the upside, which is the lesson learned from it. Upsurge. Due to the recent rise in health consciousness, there has been an upsurge in demand for organic foods. Upscale. The redeveloped area has an upscale atmosphere with high-end boutiques and restaurants. Upstart. He is seen as a brash upstart in the industry as the young manager of a fast-growing IT company. Upshot. After much discussion, the upshot was that the plan was cancelled. Corruption. The politician was accused of corruption for allegedly accepting bribes from corporations. Disruption. Power outages caused by the fierce storm brought serious disruption to the city's infrastructure. Eruption. The sudden eruption of the volcano sent a vast amount of ash high into the sky. Interruption. There was an interruption from a phone call during the meeting, and the discussion was temporarily halted. Uptake. The introduction of the new fertilizer dramatically improved the plant's uptake of nutrients. Uninterrupted. From that hotel, we could enjoy an uninterrupted view of the sea. Disruptive. The student shouting in class was warned for being disruptive to the lesson. Upward. The market is trending upward. Ups. Life has its ups and downs, but he always maintained a positive attitude. Abrupt. He left the room with an abrupt manner without giving a reason. Corrupt. As soon as he gained power, he became corrupt and pursued his own selfish desires. Disrupt. Technological innovation significantly disrupts existing business models and creates new value. Erupt. The volcano erupted for the first time in decades, and an evacuation advisory was issued for nearby residents. Interrupt. An urgent phone call came in during the meeting, temporarily interrupting his explanation. Abruptly. He abruptly stood up and left in the middle of the meeting without giving a reason. Bus. He commutes to work by bus every day and spends the time inside reading. Discuss. The entire team gathered to discuss the budget for the next project in detail. Fuss. He bothers those around him because he always makes a fuss over trivial matters. Plus. 5 plus 3 is 8. Thus. He studied hard, thus he passed. Us. They invited us. Combustion. The energy generated by the combustion of fuel inside the engine becomes the power that moves the car. Microscopy. Using microscopy, the scientist observed the structure of cells invisible to the naked eye in detail. Husky. He hurt his throat due to a cold, and his voice was more husky than usual. Musky. The perfume is characterized by a musky scent that is sensual and somewhat wild. Muscular. Through rigorous daily training, he has developed an incredibly muscular physique. Lustrous. The pearl necklace she wore gave off a refined and lustrous glow. Industrialize. In the late 18th century, Britain succeeded in industrializing its country ahead of the rest of the world. Industrial. This coastal area has become a massive industrial zone with numerous factories. Illustrious. The university boasts an illustrious history, having produced several Nobel laureates in the past. Industrious. He is very industrious and immerses himself in research even on his days off. Brusque. Perhaps he was too busy, but he answered my question with a very brusque attitude. Dusk. When the sun sank below the horizon and the area was enveloped in dusk, the streetlights began to turn on. Husk. The farmers carefully peeled away the husks of the harvested corn one by one. Musk. The perfume is characterized by a musk scent that combines strength and sweetness, captivating many people. Tusk. To protect them from poaching, the magnificent tusks of the elephants in the reserve are strictly monitored. Cusp. The young researcher was on the cusp of a major discovery that could rewrite the history of science. Adjust. He decided to adjust his daily rhythm to get used to the new environment quickly. Bust. The bubble economy finally burst, and many investors went bust from failed investments. Crust. The freshly baked bread was delicious, with a crispy outer crust. Disgust. He felt strong disgust at the politicians' despicable actions and turned off the TV. Distrust. Due to past experiences of betrayal, he feels a certain distrust even toward the kindness of others. Dust. She wiped the dust off the long-unused shelf and cleaned it thoroughly. Encrust. The crown was encrusted with hundreds of tiny jewels, leaving no gaps. Entrust. He decided to entrust his precious collection, gathered over many years, to his most trusted friend. Gust. A sudden strong gust of wind blew and flipped his umbrella inside out. Just. He arrived at the station at just 12 o'clock, and was able to catch the train as scheduled. Lust. The protagonist of the story was driven to ruin by a strong lust for power. Mistrust. Due to deep-seated mistrust between the two countries, peace negotiations made little progress. Must. You must finish your homework. Readjust. Since the plan was significantly changed, the whole team readjusted the schedule. Robust. The new security system is designed to be very robust against external hacking. Rust. The bicycle, left abandoned for years, was covered in reddish-brown rust from exposure to the elements. Thrust. He gave the heavy door a powerful thrust and was finally able to get inside. Trust. In order to build good human relationships, It is essential to have deep trust between each other. Unjust. Treating him like a criminal without any evidence is a truly unjust act. Lustful. The villain of the story committed crimes driven by a lustful desire for power and wealth. Adjustment. He made several adjustments to his lifestyle to adapt quickly to the new environment. Blush. She blushed with embarrassment when she was praised in public. Brush. Before going out, he carefully brushed the dust off his suit. Crush. He put a large amount of ice into the machine to crush it and make a cold drink. Flush. His face was flushed bright red after the intense exercise. Gush. A water pipe burst, and a large volume of water began to gush out. Hush. Just before the curtain rose, the theater's bustle stopped, and a pleasant hush enveloped the venue. Lush. When the rainy season arrived, the dry land was suddenly covered in lush greenery. Plush. In the hotel lobby, there were plush sofas that looked very comfortable to sit on. Rush. He rushed along the station platform so as not to miss the last train. Slush. The snow on the road began to melt, turning into difficult-to-walk-in slush. Thrush. The clear, beautiful song of a thrush echoed through the quiet forest in the early morning. Mushroom. Entering the autumn forest, I found several charmingly shaped mushrooms growing in the shade of a fallen tree. Hushed. Just before the play began, the venue went silent, and the audience was filled with a hushed sense of anticipation. Abut. The new park is designed to abut the edge of a quiet residential area. But he did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. But he properly extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Cut. He proposed to cut the budget by 20% for the new project. Glut. There is a glut of cheap imports on the market, dealing a blow to domestic farmers. Gut. He felt in his gut that there was something wrong with the plan. Hut. They took refuge in a small hut deep in the forest to avoid the fierce storm. Jut. The sharp point of the rock jutted out from the steep cliff toward the sea. Putt. The professional golfer calmly sank a difficult few-meter putt to win the championship. Rebut. He presented decisive evidence to completely rebut the opponent's false claims. Rut. He wants to get out of the rut of doing the same things every day. Shut. She firmly shut the heavy window to keep the cold wind out. Strut. He walked down the street with his chest out confidently, strutting like a model. What? He was so surprised that he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Cutback. Due to the economic downturn, many companies are forced to make cutbacks in labor costs. Butler. The efficient butler of the mansion handles all his master's requests perfectly and manages the household. Cutlery. In that upscale restaurant, polished silver cutlery was beautifully arranged on the table. Utmost. He exerted his utmost effort to make this important project a success. Whatnot. His shelves were lined with coins, photos, stamps, and whatnot. Cutthroat. Competition in that industry is so fierce that cutthroat price wars are breaking out for survival. Klutz. He is a self-proclaimed klutz who often trips over nothing. Nuts. Are you nuts to make such a dangerous plan? Above. The view from the summit spread out above the clouds and was breathtakingly beautiful. Glove. He put on thick wool gloves to protect his hands from the cold. Love. He shows his deep love for his family through his daily actions. Of. The desk is made of high-grade oak and is very sturdy. Shove. He shoved the people around him to try and force his way into the crowded train. Thereof. The contract specifies the clause and all rights thereof. Aboveboard. All of our transactions follow the law and are completely aboveboard. Lovely. Today is lovely weather. Unloved. He felt unloved by everyone and spent his days in loneliness. Buzz. The whole city is buzzing with rumors about the new movie, and expectations are rising. Fuzz. The surface of a peach is covered with fine soft fuzz. Husbandry. In this region, efficient agriculture and animal husbandry have long been practiced. Husband. Her husband works as an engineer, and they enjoy gardening together on weekends. Buzzword. In recent business meetings, buzzwords like sustainability and DX are frequently used. Dragoon. In ancient wars, dragoons who traveled on horseback and fought on foot played an active role. Unbelief. He maintains a strong disbelief in anything that lacks scientific basis. Subjugation. The subjugation of other ethnic groups through military force is a tragedy that has been repeated throughout history. Multifarious. He has a wide range of hobbies and is involved in a variety of multifarious activities, from music to mountain climbing and cooking. Anhydrous. In the experiment, chemical reactions were observed using anhydrous alcohol, which does not contain any water. Beatify. The church beatified the nun, who dedicated her life to helping the poor, as a status next to sainthood. Deified. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was deified as a living god. Real life. He seems like a hero in the movies, but in real life he is a very quiet person. Chicane. In business, he used chicanes to try to outsmart his competitors. Leonine. He had a lush hair, a sharp gaze, and a somewhat leonine appearance. Incipience. The project is still in its inception stage, and specific directions have yet to be decided. Excruciate. He was excruciated by a sudden severe migraine that prevented him from concentrating on his work. Neonate. In the hospital's premature baby ward, newborn neonates receive intensive care from specialists. Neologism. With the spread of the internet, new words such as Google, in other words, neologisms, are being born one after another. As needed. This medicine does not need to be taken every day. Take it as needed when you have pain. Heliocentric. Copernicus proposed a heliocentric view of the universe, in which the sun, not the earth, is the center of the universe. Retentive. He has a very retentive mind and never forgets a number once he has seen it. Picaresque. The novel is a picaresque story about a villain who travels around causing trouble. Freebooter. In the 17th century, the Caribbean was rife with freebooters who attacked merchant ships and stole their treasure. Reconnoiter. Special forces infiltrated enemy positions and reconnoitered the terrain and troops. Retractor. During the surgery, doctors used retractors to spread the tissue apart to better visualize the area. Teetotaler. He is a teetotaler who does not drink alcohol for health reasons. Wheeler-dealer. He is a wheeler-dealer who operates behind the scenes in the political world, working hard to get his hands on vested interests. Beastly. The weather is beastly today with strong winds and rain continuing all day. Bristly. He hadn't shaved in a few days, which left his jawline feeling bristly. Caddy. The pro golfer brought along a trusted caddy to discuss course strategy. Eco-friendly. In order to protect the environment, he actively chooses eco-friendly products that do not use plastic. Expansively. As he sipped his wine, he began to talk expansively about his dreams for the future. Genially. Even when meeting someone for the first time, he smiled genially and gently, quickly putting me at ease. Grantee. Having been selected as a grantee of the scholarship, she devoted herself to her studies with a feeling of gratitude in her heart. Icky. When a child plays in the mud and his hands get sticky, he grimaces and says, "Icky." Iniquity. Subsequent investigations revealed numerous iniquities committed under the dictatorship. Laddie. The grandfather patted his grandson on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "What a lively boy." Legionary. Ancient Roman legionaries were known for their rigorous training and sophisticated tactics. Reify. He attempted to reify the abstract concept of happiness into a visible form. Roomy. He had a bad cold and his eyes were red and watery and roomy. Seemly. In public places, you are expected to behave in a manner that is appropriate, proper and respectful, so as not to offend others. Twee. Her room was filled with adorable accessories, giving it a somewhat twee impression. Vivacity. She is full of vivacity that brightens up the people around her, and is well liked by everyone. Whinny. From the distant grasslands came the whinny of a horse calling to its companions. Agree. They had many discussions and finally agreed on a budget for the new project. B. Being honest and being authentic is the first step to building trust. Bourgeoisie. In 19th century Europe, the bourgeoisie, which rose to prominence with the Industrial Revolution, became the center of society. Comfrey. Conference attendees enthusiastically discussed the latest research findings. Debris. After the storm, a lot of debris, including driftwood and plastic, washed up on the shore. Decree. The king issued an official decree establishing a new national holiday. Degree. He studied hard for 4 years at university and finally earned a degree in economics. Devotee. He is an avid classical music devotee and attends concerts every weekend. Disagree. I disagree with his opinion, but I appreciate his enthusiasm. Fee. The lawyer charges a fixed fee per hour for the consultation. Flea. I found some fleas in my dog's fur, so I immediately washed them with a special shampoo. Flee. Residents fled to higher ground with only the clothes on their backs to escape the oncoming floodwaters. Foresee. With his keen insight, he was able to accurately foresee the market changes that would occur in the next few years. Free. At the event, the first 100 people were given free original stickers. Gee. He was so shocked he just stood there saying gee. Glee. When the children saw that it was snowing, they ran outside screaming glee. Guarantee. This product comes with a 1-year manufacturer's guarantee, and if it breaks down it will be repaired free of charge. He is very kind. Interviewee. Although the interviewee was nervous, he was able to effectively highlight his strengths. Key. This is the key to success. Knee. He twisted his knee during a soccer game and was unable to walk for a while. Leah. The cows were leisurely grazing on the lush green leah that spread across the rolling hills. Marquee. A large marquee was erected on the lawn for the garden party. Me. He strongly warned me not to tell anyone about the secret. Nominee. She was selected as a nominee for the prestigious award and attended the award ceremony. Plea. The defendant made a heartfelt plea to the judge for a mitigated sentence. Potpourri. The room is filled with the pleasant scent of potpourri, a mixture of dried flowers and herbs. Pre. This is a pre-test assessment. Quay. The ship slowly approached the quay and the passengers began to prepare to disembark. Re. The area uses traditional livestock enclosures called rees. Referee. In a soccer match, the referee gave a yellow card to a player for a foul. Repartee. She was quick-witted and responded to any sarcasm with a witty repartee. Sea. We swam in the sea. Sea. When I looked out the window, the mountains in the distance were shining red in the light of the setting sun. She. She is my friend. Ski. I ski in the mountains in winter. Spree. To relieve stress, she enjoyed shopping sprees at department stores on weekends. Tea. She made some warm tea. Tee. Before hitting the first shot, the golf ball was placed on a small tee. Thee. In ancient poetry, poets address their loved ones as thee. Tree. The tree is very tall. Trustee. He was appointed trustee to manage the estate of a deceased friend. We should work together. She held the hand of her tiny baby and felt truly happy. The word ye appears frequently in old hymns. Neon. At night, the downtown area was filled with brightly colored neon signs. Diarrhea. During the trip, I drank unsanitary water and suffered from severe diarrhea. Gonorrhea. Correct knowledge and prevention are essential to prevent sexually transmitted diseases such as gonorrhea. Idea. That is a great idea. Panacea. Economic experts warn that the new tax system is not a panacea that will solve all problems. Tortilla. At a Mexican restaurant, I had ground meat and vegetables wrapped in a corn tortilla. Disagreeable. His rude attitude was very disagreeable to those he worked with. Foreseeable. In the foreseeable future, new energy sources to replace oil will be needed. Deify. Ancient civilizations often deified natural phenomena such as the sun or storms. Neophyte. He's still a programming neophyte, but he's very eager to learn. Vehemence. He spoke with extraordinary vehemence when he asserted his innocence. Vehement. He responded to the unfounded accusations made against him with vehement language. Vehemently. He vehemently protested the unfounded allegations against him. Theater. Over the weekend we went to a large theater in town to see a hot new movie. Deity. Ancient people worship the sun and moon as powerful deities. Heterogeneity. The appeal of big cities lies in the heterogeneity that exists when people with diverse backgrounds mix together. Homogeneity. The island has had little contact with the outside world, which has allowed it to maintain a cultural homogeneity. Spontaneity. The appeal of her acting lies in her uncalculated, natural spontaneity. Realtor. We consulted a trusted local realtor to help us find a new home. Fealty. Medieval knights swore lifelong fealty to their lords. Mausoleum. The great leader is buried in a magnificent mausoleum in the city center. Museum. Over the weekend, we visited the National Museum, which displays ancient Egyptian artifacts. Eon. It took an incredibly long eon for life to emerge from the birth of the earth. Epicurean. He is a true Epicurean who has dedicated his life to the pursuit of good wine and food. Paean. The audience was deeply moved by the heartwarming paean that celebrated the life of the great musician. Peon. He worked as a peon on a large plantation, where he was forced to do hard labor for low wages. Plebeian. He prefers plebeian food to sumptuous meals. Protean. His protean talents are also evident as an actor, singer, and painter. Kiosk. I quickly bought a newspaper and a drink at the kiosk inside the station and got on the train. Enfeeble. A serious illness gradually enfeebled his once mighty strength. Feeble. His body was weak from long periods of fasting, and his voice was feeble and difficult to hear. Rebus. The children were fascinated by rebus, where they had to match pictures and symbols to guess the word. Keyboard. As a programmer, he is particular about finding a keyboard that feels best to him. Rebate. If you purchase within a certain period of time, you will receive a portion of the purchase price back as a rebate. Placebo. In clinical trials, some patients are given a placebo to test the effectiveness of the real drug. Unimpeachable. His honesty is universally acknowledged, and his character is unimpeachable. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Preacher. The preacher was preaching to many people in the square about the importance of love and peace. Teacher. She is a very kind teacher. Readable. Although this book deals with specialized content, it is written in very simple language and is readable for the general public. Hedonism. He believes that the purpose of life is to pursue pleasure and lives a hedonistic life. Needlework. She enjoys the delicate art of needlework, which she learned from her grandmother as a hobby. Freedom. Freedom is invaluable. Credence. His story was so outlandish that no one was willing to give it credence at first. Orthopedist. When the pain in his leg persisted, he decided to see a reputable orthopedist. Breeder. He is a professional breeder, raising racehorses with excellent pedigrees. Cedar. The pillars of this ancient temple are made of cedar, a wood that is resistant to decay and has a pleasant fragrance. Feeder. After installing a bird feeder in the garden, colorful birds began to gather there every morning. Leader. He is a great leader of the team. Reader. She is an avid reader. Leadership. She demonstrated excellent leadership. Encyclopedic. He has an encyclopedic knowledge of history and can answer any question you may have. Orthopedic. He went to a reputable orthopedic clinic to get relief from his knee pain. Edict. Ancient kings issued official edicts imposing new taxes on all their subjects. Breeding. He has specialized knowledge about racehorse breeding. Misleading. The advertisement's content was misleading to consumers. Pleading. He looked at the judge with a pleading look to prove his innocence. Preceding. As explained in the preceding chapter, there are multiple causes for this phenomenon. Seeding. With the arrival of spring, farmers began seeding their vast fields with corn. Greedy. His greedy attachment to wealth has cost him the trust of those around him. Needy. The charity provides food assistance to needy families. Reedy. His voice is a little reedy and carries well. Seedy. He drank too much last night and looks a little seedy this morning. Encyclopedia. From an early age, he loved to read the large encyclopedia in his home from cover to cover. Media. In modern society, the role of media in conveying news is becoming increasingly important. Irremediable. The old building has been severely damaged by the elements over the years, and is now in an irremediable state. Immediacy. The greatest feature of SNS is the immediacy and spread of information. Medial. In anatomy, the part of the body that is closest to the midline is called the medial position. Remedial. For students lacking basic academic skills, Remedial classes were held after school. Medium. He chose oil painting as the medium to express his ideas. Tedium. He found the simple, repetitive tasks of everyday life unbearable tedium. Median. The median household income in the area has remained largely unchanged for several years. Expediency. He compromised his principles and agreed to the plan for political expediency. Disobedience. Citizens protested against unjust orders from those in power through nonviolent disobedience. Obedience. The rigorous nature of military life requires absolute obedience to the orders of superiors. Disobedient. The dog has no training and is very disobedient to its owner's commands. Expedient. He chose expedient measures over long-term solutions. Ingredient. The most important ingredient in this traditional soup is fresh local herbs. Obedient. The assistant's dog is very obedient and follows its owner's instructions exactly. Tedious. He found simple data entry work to be very tedious. Immediate. Upon receiving news of the accident, he took immediate action. Immediately. Immediately after the accident, an ambulance rushed to the scene. Intermediary. He acted as an intermediary between the two rival companies. Mediator. A neutral mediator was called in to resolve the conflict between the two countries. Mediate. He stood between two opposing groups and mediated to resolve the dispute. Intermediate. The language course is aimed at intermediate-level learners who have completed the basics. Video conference. A video conference was held in the afternoon to discuss details with branch staff. Libido. Stress and fatigue can significantly reduce a person's libido. Torpedo. A torpedo fired from a submarine hit an enemy warship. Cathedral. The magnificent cathedral in the center of the city attracts many tourists to admire its beautiful architecture. Polyhedron. In math class, I learned that a multi-sided three-dimensional figure such as a cube or a pyramid is called a polyhedron. Heathen. Ancient missionaries tried to spread Christianity to the local heathen people. Either. Let's go either way. Neither. Neither of the two proposals presented met my expectations. Preempt. The company adopted a market monopoly strategy to preempt rivals' entry. Theorize. Scientists have theorized various hypotheses about why this unusual phenomenon occurs. Theorist. As a brilliant economic theorist, he proposed a new market model. Gleefully. The children squealed gleefully as they opened their presents. Defect. A serious defect was found in the product during pre-shipment inspection, and a decision was made to recall all products. Prefecture. He lives in Aichi Prefecture. Prefix. In English words, prefixes such as un- and re- play an important role in changing meaning. Refill. My ballpoint pen ran out of ink, so I bought a new refill. Briefing. Before the operation began, the commander gave a detailed briefing. Beefy. He works out at the gym every day, which gives him the beefy physique of a professional wrestler. Leafy. The street is lined with leafy trees that provide shade from the strong summer sun. Reflex. Pulling your hand away when you touch something hot is a reflex essential to human survival. Seafood. At a seaside restaurant, we enjoyed fresh seafood caught that day. Legalize. In recent years, there has been a movement in some countries to legalize the possession and use of certain recreational substances. Illegally. Entering someone else's property without permission is considered an illegal act. Legally. In order to own the land, legal procedures must be followed. Egotist. He is an egotist who brags about his own achievements, and people around him keep their distance from him. Egotism. His constant boasting made those around him realize his strong egotism. Illegal. Capturing wild animals without permission is an illegal act that is strictly prohibited by law. Legal. It is wise to seek professional legal advice before entering into any agreement. Paralegal. A paralegal prepares legal documents and conducts research under the supervision of a lawyer. Regal. She entered the room exuding a regal air of royalty. Beleaguer. The small country is beleaguered by endless conflict and economic crisis. Eager. He is very eager to get involved in the new project. Meager. He worked late into the night to support his family on his meager income. Eagerly. The audience eagerly waited for the curtain to rise. Intriguing. The new business model he proposed was very intriguing. Ego. He has a very strong ego and hates to follow other people's opinions. Egoism. Egoism, which prioritizes only one's own interests and disregards the inconvenience it causes to others, is disliked. Regress. If economic reforms are neglected, the country's development may regress. Vehicle. Electric vehicles will become an important vehicle for realizing a sustainable society in the future. Absenteeism. As the working environment deteriorates, employee absenteeism has become a serious problem. Theism. People who believe in theism believe in the existence of a God who created and rules the world. Pre-exist. To synthesize this substance, certain chemical conditions must pre-exist. Being. Humans are social beings and cannot survive without interacting with others. Deist. Deists believe that God created the universe, but does not interfere with subsequent events. Albeit. He is progressing very slowly, albeit surely, towards his goal. Regional. To expand its market, the company developed products tailored to the regional needs of each country. Collegian. While enjoying his life as a collegian, he is also studying hard to obtain qualifications for his future. Legion. The legendary band has legions of passionate fans all over the world. Region. The region is blessed with abundant nature and attracts many tourists. Allegiance. He emigrated to a new country and pledged allegiance to its constitution. Regent. During the king's childhood, his uncle ruled the country as regent. Aegis. The cultural event was held under the aegis of UNESCO. Egregious. His report contained egregious errors of fact. Egregiously. The report contained egregiously false information that was not factually correct. Procedure. To ensure safe surgery, strict hospital procedures must be followed. Procedural. To ensure a smooth meeting, it is necessary to avoid procedural errors. Strategic. To stay ahead of the competition, the company made the strategic decision to expand into overseas markets. Strategically. The company strategically located its bases to expand its market share. Recap. At the end of the meeting, there was a short recap of the key points discussed today. Eureka. There is a famous anecdote about Archimedes exclaiming Eureka when he discovered the principle of buoyancy. Unspeakable. The devastation caused by the war was so unspeakable that it cannot be put into words. Leakage. A gas leak was discovered from an old pipe, and nearby residents were urged to evacuate. Beacon. On stormy nights, lighthouse beacons showed sailors the safe route. Weaken. The prolonged recession is gradually weakening the country's economic foundations. Piquant. The dish was well spiced and had a very piquant flavor. Recourse. When there are no peaceful means of resolving a conflict, states consider the use of force as a last recourse. Recall. He can recall events from decades ago as vividly as if they happened yesterday. Seeker. As a seeker of truth, he embarked on a journey to sacred sites around the world. Speaker. He is an excellent speaker at the conference. Speaking. Generally speaking, the winters in that region are known to be very harsh. Cheeky. The boy made everyone laugh by making cheeky jokes with adults. Freaky. I had a freaky experience in an old mansion, where it felt like something was passing by. Leaky. When the rain got heavier, water dripped down the leaky roof of the old shed. Sneaky. He used sneaky methods to try to steal information from his rivals. Ecosystem. Even a slight change in the environment can disrupt the complex ecosystem of the entire forest. Secrecy. The new product development project was carried out in strict secrecy. Secretive. He is very secretive about his private life, and even his colleagues don't know his address. Secret. He never revealed the secret to the project's success to anyone. Equalize. Just before the end of the game, a dramatic goal from the opposing team equalized the score. Equally. The two are equally talented. Equinox. The equinoxes, when the length of day and night are roughly equal, are a symbol of the change of seasons. Equal. All human beings have equal rights under the law. Sequel. A sequel to the hit film has been announced for release next year, delighting fans. Unequal. Unequal educational opportunities due to economic disparities are a social problem that should be avoided. Frequency. In recent years, the frequency of abnormal weather events has been increasing in this region. Sequence. The film captivated audiences with its thrilling action sequences. Frequent. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms in the summer. Infrequent. Buses that pass through the village are very infrequent, with only a few per day. Frequently. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms occurring in the summer. Equine. He has loved horses since he was a child and is currently studying equine medicine. Obsequious. He has a very obsequious attitude towards his superiors and is looked down upon by those around him. Freelancer. He is not affiliated with any particular company and works as a freelancer in design work. Freelance. He is not tied to any particular organization and works as a freelance journalist. Realization. He steadily made preparations to realize his long-held dream of owning his own store. Feline. The cat, with the agility typical of felines, easily jumped over the high fence. Idealize. If we idealize our past memories too much, we can lose sight of our present happiness. Realize. He finally realized his lifelong dream of owning his own home. Dealer. He has been in business in this town for many years as a used car dealer. Dealership. He booked a test drive of the latest model at his local car dealership. Relay. We relayed messages to the next person to get the information across quickly. Idealism. She entered society with the idealism of her youth, but was soon faced with harsh reality. Realism. He always bases his decisions on realism and does not get carried away with utopian plans. Helix. The structure of DNA is a double helix, with two strands twisted and overlapping. Appealing. The new product has a beautiful design and is very appealing to the younger generation. Ceiling. He lay on his bed, gazing intently at the ceiling of the room, lost in thought. Peeling. The old paint on the walls is starting to peel and needs to be repainted. Revealing. The documentary film revealed revealing facts behind the industry. Idealist. As an idealist, she has a lofty goal: to eradicate poverty from the world. Realist. He is a realist who objectively analyzes the current situation and acts accordingly, rather than pursuing his dreams. Freely. He expressed his opinions freely at the meeting. Ideally. Ideally, everyone should have equal opportunities. Memorabilia. He collects memorabilia such as autographed balls and uniforms of sports players. Ameliorate. The government introduced new social welfare policies to ameliorate the problem of poverty. Emphysema. Due to his long-standing smoking habit, he suffers from emphysema, a condition that destroys lung tissue. Prima. She has been the prima ballerina of the ballet company and has played leading roles on stage for many years. Redeemable. This coupon is redeemable at affiliated stores nationwide within the expiration date. Demon. He practiced with such intensity that it was as if he were possessed by a demon. Seaman. The experienced seaman can read the complex currents without looking at a nautical chart. Semen. In reproductive medicine, analyzing semen quality is an important step in infertility treatment. Agreement. The two countries signed a new agreement to remove trade barriers. Disagreement. At the meeting, serious disagreements arose among members over budget allocation. Behemoth. The giant IT company is feared as a formidable behemoth that dominates the industry. Dreamer. He is called a dreamer by those around him, but he believes that one day he will make his dreams come true. Femur. The femur is the longest and strongest bone in the human body. Creamery. Every morning he goes to the local creamery to buy fresh milk and butter. Cremate. In many cultures, it is customary to cremate the body to honor the deceased. Freemason. He is an open member of the historic secret society of Freemasonry. Female. The research team achieved impressive results, focusing on female leaders. Anemic. She was anemic, but gradually recovered by taking iron supplements. Gleaming. The polished floor gleamed as it reflected the sunlight streaming in through the window. Screaming. Suddenly, someone's scream echoed through the quiet city at night. Seeming. Despite his seeming calmness, inside he was filled with anxiety. Teeming. The tropical waters are teeming with colorful fish, corals, and other life. Seemingly. He appeared seemingly calm, but inside he was raging. Extremist. Violence by political extremists significantly disrupts social stability. Squeamish. He is very squeamish and cannot watch horror movies. Creamy. The soup is made with plenty of cream, giving it a very creamy taste. Dreamy. She was looking out the window, gazing into the distance with a dreamy expression on her face. Seamy. The novel depicts the seamy side hidden behind the glamour of the big city. Academia. Rather than working for a company, he chose to continue his research in academia. Anemia. I went to the hospital because I was experiencing severe dizziness when standing up, and was diagnosed with anemia caused by iron deficiency. Leukemia. She was diagnosed with leukemia, but is fighting the disease with cutting-edge treatments and strong willpower. Premium. This limited edition watch is highly rare and commands a premium price on the market. Bohemian. He does not have a permanent job and lives a bohemian lifestyle, freely pursuing his art. Primo. He serves as the primo chef at this restaurant. Arena. In the huge arena, a professional basketball game was being played with great enthusiasm. Patina. Over the years, the surface of the bronze statue has developed a beautiful green patina. Subpoena. The court issued subpoenas to witnesses to obtain important testimony. Serenely. She kept smiling serenely even in the midst of a chaotic situation. Phenotype. An organism's outward characteristics, its phenotype, are influenced by both genes and the environment. Penal. The criminal was subject to severe penalties under the law. Venal. The politician was found to have accepted bribes and was accused of being venal. Genus. In biology, lions and tigers are both classified in the same genus, Panthera. Intravenous. The patient was given an intravenous drip to improve his dehydration. Venous. The venous blood vessels that carry blood back to the heart have valves to prevent backflow. Machinist. Skilled machinists carved out the precise parts with pinpoint accuracy. Zenith. He reached the zenith of his career in his 30s and won many awards. Senile. Although he is elderly, his mind is sharp and he shows no signs of senility. Cleaner. She loves chemical-free, eco-friendly cleaners. Demeanor. His calm and collected demeanor puts those he interacts with at ease. Misdemeanor. Although his actions are not a serious crime, they are considered misdemeanors under the law. Greenery. The park's lush greenery soothed me, helping me forget the hustle and bustle of the city. Machinery. The factory is equipped with huge machinery for automatically assembling products. Scenery. The snowy scenery seen from the top of the mountain was breathtakingly beautiful. Scenic. The train ride along the coast offers breathtakingly scenic views. Phoenix. He made a phoenix-like comeback from a desperate situation of bankruptcy. Leaning. He has a liberal political leaning and supports reform. Meaning. Scientists are trying to figure out the true meaning of this ancient symbol. Screening. To ensure safety at airports, passengers' baggage undergoes strict screening. Meaningful. Through her volunteer work, she gained meaningful experiences for her life. Meaningless. No matter how many times you have a discussion without a plan, it will just be meaningless time. Penis. Urology also specializes in diseases related to the male reproductive organs, such as the penis and testicles. Teeny. She is an extremely perfectionist who cannot tolerate even teeny-tiny mistakes. Schizophrenia. With proper treatment and understanding from those around you, the symptoms of schizophrenia can be controlled. Menial. He worked menial jobs without complaint to save up money to make his dream come true. Lenient. Considering it was his first mistake, he received lenient treatment from his superiors. Homogeneous. The island has had little contact with the outside world, and as a result has maintained a very homogeneous culture. Amino. Amino acids are important. Casino. Las Vegas is lined with huge casinos that shine with gorgeous lights all night long. Keynote. He gave a keynote speech at the beginning of the international conference, stressing the importance of environmental protection. Congenial. She is happy to have found congenial friends who share the same interests as her. Genial. He has a very genial personality and greets everyone with a smile. Leniency. The judge took into consideration the defendant's deep remorse and showed leniency in his sentence. Convenience. In modern society, while convenience is pursued, the burden on the environment is also increasing. Inconvenience. The sudden power outage caused great inconvenience to the residents in their daily lives. Convenient. A new supermarket has opened right next to the station, making it very convenient to go shopping. Inconvenient. The road was closed due to construction work, making my commute very inconvenient. Conveniently. The hotel is located very conveniently, right next to the station. Genius. He displayed extraordinary genius in mathematics, solving one difficult problem after another. Heterogeneous. The city is a heterogeneous society, with a wide variety of races and cultures. Ingenious. Using common tools, he devised an ingenious device to prevent flooding. Senior. He is one of the most experienced senior managers in the company. Neo. It is the dawn of a neo era. Trio. The jazz trio showcased a stunning ensemble of piano, bass, and drums. Creolized. The music of the region has a creolized style that is a mix of African and European cultures. People. There are many people living all over the world with a wide variety of cultures and languages. Steeple. The church steeple, a symbol of the old village, can be seen from afar. Deepen. Through repeated discussions, they were able to further deepen their understanding of each other. Beeper. Before cell phones became commonplace, many doctors carried beepers for emergency contact. Reaper. When harvest time comes, he uses a reaper to efficiently harvest the golden wheat. Sleeper. This express train is equipped with sleeper cars to make long-distance journeys more comfortable. Seepage. Rainwater seepage through gaps in the walls is damaging the building's structure. Sleeping. Looking at the sleeping face of a baby makes me feel very calm. Sweeping. The new CEO has implemented sweeping reforms to revitalize the organization. Weeping. When she heard the sad news, she collapsed on the spot and wept. Sheepish. He smiled sheepishly as he admitted his mistake. Creepy. Creepy noises were coming from the basement of the old Western-style house. Sleepy. After lunch, when I'm basking in the warm sunlight, I suddenly feel sleepy. Depot. To efficiently distribute goods, huge logistics depots were built near the highways. Endearing. His slightly clumsy nature is what makes him endearing to those around him. Query. He sent an email query to the person in charge about the specifications of the new system. Magisterial. The judge read the verdict in a dignified magisterial manner. Ministerial. A ministerial meeting was held, bringing together the heads of each ministry and agency to finalize the policy. Peaceable. He has a peaceable personality that dislikes conflict and always values harmony with those around him. Obesity. In modern society, obesity caused by lack of exercise and poor eating habits has become a serious health problem. Diesel. He prioritized fuel economy and purchased a diesel car instead of a gasoline car. Decency. No matter how difficult the situation, he never lost his human decency. Decent. He is a very decent person and is trusted by everyone. Indecent. Such indecent behavior in public places should be severely punished. Recent. I learned about the amazing discovery in the recent news. Recently. I recently started a new hobby, mountain climbing on weekends. Thesis. He spent months writing his master's thesis to graduate from graduate school. Pieces. He collected the pieces of the broken vase and attempted to repair it. Resource. Recycling is essential to conserve the Earth's limited natural resources. Seaside. During summer vacation, I usually spend time with my family at a seaside villa, where I can enjoy the pleasant sea breeze. Precept. He lives his life by the precept that honesty is the best policy. Researcher. She is a prominent researcher investigating the impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems. Analgesic. To relieve the toothache, I took a strong analgesic prescribed by my doctor. Increasing. As the world's population increases, concerns about food shortages are growing. Increasingly. In recent years, people's interest in environmental issues has been increasing. Adhesive. This adhesive tape is very strong and will not come off even if it gets wet. Cohesive. To solve difficult problems, the entire team needs to be a cohesive organization. Precinct. On the morning of the election, many citizens went to the polling stations in their designated precincts. Greasy. He was advised by his doctor to avoid greasy foods. Eastern. We headed to the eastern region. Northeastern. The northeastern region experiences severe winters and receives a lot of snow every year. Southeastern. The island is located about 100 kilometers off the southeastern coast of the continent. Keystone. Education is considered to be the most important keystone in the development of a nation. Appreciable. Since starting the new treatment, he has seen an appreciable improvement in his condition. Accretion. It is believed that the Earth was formed by the accretion of dust and rocks from outer space due to gravity. Completion. Construction of this huge dam has finally been completed 10 years after it began. Deletion. I accidentally deleted an important file and had a hard time restoring it from a backup. Depletion. The depletion of natural resources is one of the most serious challenges facing future generations. Excretion. The kidneys play an important role in purifying the blood by excreting waste products from the body. Secretion. The secretion of chemicals in the brain controls our emotions and sleep rhythms. Facetious. He would make facetious remarks even in serious situations, causing embarrassment to those around him. Specious. His argument sounds reasonable at first glance, but upon closer inspection it turns out to be specious reasoning. Prescience. He displayed incredible prescience, predicting the market crash before it even happened. Appreciative. She is very appreciative of her friends who helped her out of a difficult situation. Appreciate. She deeply appreciates her friends' help during a difficult time. Depreciate. When a currency depreciates, it causes the prices of imported goods to rise. Species. It is said that there are many unknown species that have yet to be discovered in the Amazon rainforest. Detox. To improve her health, she decided to try a weekend detox, drinking only vegetable juice. Unbeatable. This strongest team has won 20 games in a row since the start of the season, demonstrating unbeatable strength. Conceited. He boasts about his talents and has a conceited attitude that makes him look down on those around him. Fetal. Doctors used an ultrasound to confirm that the fetal development inside the mother was normal. Arboretum. The Arboretum is home to rare species of trees from all over the world. Sweeten. She sweetened the bitter coffee by adding a little sugar to make it more palatable. Unbeaten. The professional tennis player has continued to extend his unbeaten record this season. Fetus. The obstetrician confirmed through an ultrasound that the fetus's heartbeat was normal. Treatise. The philosopher published a scholarly treatise on human free will. Retort. He responded to the rude question with a sharp retort. Pretext. He used a cold as an excuse to skip the boring party. Heater. Because it is very cold in the winter mornings, I turned on the electric heater as soon as I woke up. Liter. For his health, he tries to drink at least 2 liters of water every day. Meter. The 100-meter race runners all started at once with the sound of the starting gun. Peter. His enthusiasm was great at first, but it gradually petered out as time went on. Teeter. He lost his balance on a high wall and was teetering on the verge of falling. Retailer. The rise of major online retailers is forcing local shopping districts into stiff competition. Retail. He has been in the clothing retail business for many years and is very familiar with the needs of his customers. Repeatedly. He repeatedly recited the contents of his important promise so as not to forget it. Beating. Immediately after strenuous exercise, his chest was heaving with a violent beating. Fleeting. The beautiful rainbow I saw while traveling was just a fleeting moment. Defeatist. When faced with difficulties, we should not adopt a defeatist attitude and give up right away. Entreaty. Despite his desperate pleas, His superiors refused to allow the plan to be cancelled. Graffiti. The colorful graffiti on the walls of the park has sparked debate over whether it is art or a nuisance. Sweetie. She affectionately calls her young daughter Sweetie. Treaty. The two countries signed a peace treaty to put an end to years of conflict. Meteor. Seeing a meteor flash in the night sky and disappear, she made a wish. Diabetes. He suffers from diabetes and strictly limits the amount of sugar in his daily diet. Incognito. The famous actor enjoyed traveling incognito so that no one would notice him. Mosquito. One summer night, I was woken up by an itchy mosquito bite. Veto. The president vetoed the bill passed by Congress. Ethos. The company's ethos places a premium on innovation and social contribution. Lethal. Knew that the poison was lethal, meaning that even a small amount could kill a human. Elizabethan. The theater company faithfully recreates Elizabethan plays from Shakespeare's time. Ether. Ether was once widely used as an anesthetic for surgery, but safer alternatives are now more common. Diva. She is praised worldwide as a diva of the opera world with her overwhelming singing ability. Conceivable. We have considered every conceivable risk and have put in place thorough countermeasures. Inconceivable. Just a few decades ago, it was inconceivable that we would live in an age where everyone would have a smartphone. Receivable. The payment for the ordered items will be receivable by the end of next week via bank transfer. Unbelievable. The news that he had won first prize in the lottery was so dramatic it was unbelievable. Cleavage. The rock had a large cleavage, from which groundwater was gushing out. Evil. The hero in the story stood up to an evil wizard who wanted to take over the world. Medieval. The museum displays many medieval artifacts, including knights' armor and swords. Primeval. In these deep forests, the primeval nature remains unchanged for tens of thousands of years. Retrieval. Computer failures made data retrieval difficult, and engineers were busy dealing with the situation. Upheaval. The sudden change of government has caused a major upheaval in the domestic economic situation. Uneven. The mountain path was uneven and difficult to walk on, and I almost tripped several times. Evenly. By spreading butter evenly on bread, it will taste good no matter where you eat it. Grievance. Employees filed formal grievances with management demanding better treatment. Grievous. The accident caused a grievous loss to the local community. Cleaver. The chef took out a heavy, sharp cleaver to carve up the large chunk of meat. Fever. He has a high fever. Weaver. Traditional weavers carefully weave each piece of intricately patterned cloth. Feverish. He continued working with feverish enthusiasm to meet the deadline. Even. He has a very calm personality and maintains an even mental state in any emergency. Peevish. Perhaps due to lack of sleep, he became peevish and easily got angry over small things. Deviance. In sociology, behavior that deviates from general norms is studied as deviance. Devious. He often uses devious means to achieve his goals. Previous. As decided at the previous meeting, we will start a new project next month. Previously. He had previously lived in the city and was familiar with its streets. Alleviated. Thanks to a new painkiller, his severe back pain has been greatly alleviated. Abbreviate. He has a habit of abbreviating long words to save time when taking notes. Alleviate. New painkillers are highly effective at alleviating severe pain after surgery. Deviate. He steadily carried out his plan without deviating from his original purpose. Preview. Prior to the film's release, a special preview was held for those involved. Leeward. To avoid the storm, sailors anchored their ships on the leeward side of the island, where they were sheltered from the wind. Leeway. The schedule includes some leeway to allow for unforeseen circumstances. Seaweed. In Japanese cuisine, seaweed such as kelp and wakame is widely used as a stock or ingredient. Visa. Before traveling abroad, I applied for a visa required to enter the country I was going to. Feasible. Despite technical challenges, experts deemed the plan feasible. Easily. She passed the exam easily. Uneasily. He fidgeted uneasily in his chair while waiting for the test results. Seasonal. The restaurant uses fresh, seasonal ingredients sourced from local farms. Weasel. Weasels have extremely flexible bodies and can easily fit in and out of narrow gaps. Measles. Measles is highly contagious, so it's important to get vaccinated. Reason. The reason he was late for the meeting was because he got caught in an unexpected traffic jam. Season. Japan has 4 seasons, and you can enjoy beautiful scenery in each season. Treason. Selling confidential national information to another country is a serious crime of treason, and is punished severely. Reasonable. Although the food at the restaurant is of high quality, the prices are very reasonable. Reasonably. He behaved reasonably in that situation. Seasoning. It is important to use seasonings such as salt and pepper appropriately to adjust the flavor of your food. Season. As a seasoned journalist, He has covered numerous international conflicts. Malfeasance. The politician was charged with malfeasance in office for misappropriating public funds for personal use. Leisurely. On weekends, I take a leisurely walk in the park to relieve the fatigue of the week. Freezing. The winter morning air was freezing, and ice crystals had formed on the windows. Breezy. The weather is breezy today, perfect for a walk. Easy. It is a very easy thing. Queasy. Seasickness gave him a queasy feeling in his stomach. Sleazy. The area is lined with sleazy nightclubs. Uneasy. He feels very uneasy about the situation. Easygoing. He has a very easygoing personality and rarely gets angry. Mestizo. Central and South America is home to many mestizos, people of mixed European and indigenous descent. Amnesia. The shock of the accident caused him to suffer temporary amnesia, unable to even remember his own name. Anesthesia. The anesthesiologist administered appropriate anesthesia to prevent pain during the surgery. Anesthesia. Even though it is spelled in American English, the meaning and role in the medical field are exactly the same. Artesian. Water gushes forth vigorously from an artesian well dug in the middle of the desert. Cohesion. For a team to win, strong cohesion among players is essential. Lesion. After detailed examination, a small lesion was found on the surface of the brain, but fortunately it was treatable. Seizure. He suffered a sudden and violent seizure, and was immediately taken to hospital by ambulance. Beach. We went to the beach with my family during summer vacation. Beach. In the park's plaza, a large beech tree over 100 years old spreads its branches. Bleach. To remove the stain, I soaked the white shirt in bleach. Breach. Unilaterally changing the terms of a contract constitutes a clear breach of contract. Breech. A breech birth in which the fetus's legs are pointing downwards requires careful handling. Each. The teacher gave individual advice to each student. Impeach. Congress has begun the process of impeaching the president for abusing his power. Leach. Heavy rains cause nutrients in the soil to leach into rivers and streams. Leech. He is gossiped about as a leech who takes credit for other people's work and makes a killing. Preach. The pastor preaches about the importance of love and forgiveness at every Sunday service. Reach. He stretched his arm to reach for the dictionary that was high up on the bookshelf. Screech. Suddenly, there was a loud screech of tires rubbing against the road. Speech. She gave a wonderful speech. Teach. Since retiring, he has been passionate about teaching mathematics to young people at a local university. Speechless. He was so shocked by the sudden and shocking news that he was speechless. Impeachment. Congress has initiated impeachment proceedings against the president for serious breaches of his duties. Accede. After persistent negotiations, the other side finally agreed to our demands. Agreed. After negotiations, the two sides agreed on the terms of the new contract. Bead. She strung together colorful glass beads to create handmade necklaces. Bleed. He fell and scraped his knee, and the wound was bleeding a little. Breed. The farm is raising a new breed of sheep that is more resistant to the cold. Cede. Having lost the war, the country was forced to cede part of its territory to its neighboring country. Concede. He admitted that his argument was flawed and finally conceded that the other side was right. Creed. The organization is open to all, regardless of race or creed. Deed. He prefers to show his integrity by his deeds rather than by his words. Exceed. This month's sales were outstanding, far exceeding our initial forecast. Feed. A rancher's daily routine is to get up early every morning and feed the horses and cows. Greed. His greed for power has caused him to lose many friends. Heed. By not heeding the warning, they made an irreparable mistake. Impede. Debris scattered all over the road severely impeded the passage of ambulances. Indeed. His plan was very bold, but it really had the potential to succeed. Intercede. He interceded between friends who were caught in a difficult situation and tried to settle the dispute. Knead. To make delicious bread, the dough needs to be kneaded thoroughly to give it elasticity. Mead. At medieval banquets, mead, a drink made from fermented honey, was often served. Mislead. Exaggerated expressions in advertising may mislead consumers and lead them to make wrong decisions. Need. He tried to meet the needs of his friends in need as best he could. Plead. The lawyer pleaded with the judge that the defendant was in a state of insanity at the time. Precede. At formal dinners, soup usually precedes the main dish. Proceed. Now that we were ready, we decided to proceed to the next step as planned. Recede. Once the storm passed, the floodwaters covering the road slowly receded. Reed. The lakeside is covered with dense stands of tall reeds that sway in the wind. Screed. He posted his dissatisfaction with the current situation on social media, in the form of a lengthy screed. Secede. The residents of that state voted to secede from the Union in opposition to the policies of the national government. Seed. He carefully planted flower seeds in his garden so that beautiful flowers would bloom in the spring. Speed. The speed of this car is fast. Stampede. The sudden explosion caused a stampede by the startled crowd, resulting in injuries. Succeed. He put in a lot of effort and finally succeeded as a global entrepreneur. Supersede. With the introduction of the new rules, all previous, outdated guidelines have been superseded. Weed. If left unchecked, your garden will quickly become overgrown with pesky weeds. Feedback. By incorporating feedback from customers, we have improved the quality of our products. Needlessly. He criticized others needlessly, causing friction with those around him. Seedling. He is looking forward to seeing the small seedlings he has planted in his garden grow into large trees in the future. Proceeds. All proceeds from the charity concert were donated to support the disaster-stricken areas. Breathe. The basics of yoga begin with straightening your spine and taking deep, slow breaths. Seethe. He felt a seething rage at the betrayal. Sheathe. When the battle was over, the knight quietly sheathes his blood-stained sword. Belief. She has a strong belief that hard work will always pay off. Brief. He began the meeting by giving a brief overview of the project. Chief. He is the chief of police. Debrief. Upon returning from a mission, pilots were debriefed to report on the details of their operations. Disbelief. When he heard that he had won the lottery, he was so shocked that he showed a look of disbelief. Fief. In the Middle Ages, lords would reward loyal knights with fiefs. Grief. She had a hard time recovering from the deep grief she felt after losing her beloved pet. Leaf. In autumn, the leaves of the trees turn red and yellow, beautifully decorating the ground. Motif. The wallpaper design uses a traditional floral motif. Reef. A wide variety of tropical fish live on the beautiful coral reefs. Relief. He felt great relief that the problem that had been bothering him for so long was finally resolved. Sheaf. He gathered the papers scattered on his desk into one sheaf. Thief. A thief broke into a jewelry store under cover of darkness, stole a valuable diamond and fled. Briefcase. He put the important documents in his briefcase and hurried to the conference room. Leaflet. In front of the station, I received a leaflet with the menu of a newly opened restaurant. Briefly. At the beginning of the meeting, he briefly explained the purpose of the project. Chieftain. Who led the desert tribes were men of great wisdom and leadership. Fatigue. He fell asleep in his chair due to extreme fatigue caused by hard work every day. Intrigue. The mystery novel is a thrilling web of complex intrigue. League. He plays in a baseball league. Besiege. When the popular actor arrived at the airport, he was besieged by fans wanting his autograph. Liege. Medieval knights swore absolute loyalty to their liege. Siege. The army surrounded the enemy's capital, beginning a siege that lasted several months. Besieged. The castle had been besieged by enemy forces for several months and was running out of food. Antique. My grandmother's house is filled with very valuable antique furniture that is over 100 years old. Beak. The hawk with its sharp beak was stalking prey from high in the sky. Bleak. Economic indicators are worsening and the future for small and medium-sized businesses is looking bleak. Boutique. On weekends, she enjoys searching for the perfect outfit at her favorite boutique. Cheek. The mother kissed her child on the cheek. Chic. She always shows up to parties dressed in chic, sophisticated clothes that incorporate the latest trends. Clique. An exclusive clique has formed within the class, making it difficult for other students to join. Creak. When I walked up the stairs of the old house in the middle of the night, the wooden boards creaked. Creek. During summer vacation, children would go to a nearby creek and play by catching small fish and crabs. Critique. The literary critic wrote a harsh critique of the new author's debut novel. Freak. He was surprised by the sudden freak weather and hurried to find shelter. Leak. I noticed a water leak coming from the ceiling and immediately called a repairman. Meek. He has a meek personality and does not strongly assert his opinions in public. Mystique. The legendary singer maintains a mysterious mystique by keeping his private life completely secret. Oblique. He avoided direct answers to questions and answered them in oblique terms. Peak. After several days, the climbers finally reached the peak of Everest. Peak. Curious to see what was inside, she secretly took a peek at the gift box. Physique. He works out hard in the gym every day and has an amazing physique. Peak. His disrespectful attitude made her feel piqued. Reek. The alley was filled with a terrible reek of rotting garbage. Seek. Sought a better educational environment and decided to move to the city. Sheik. The sheiks, who lead the tribes across this vast desert, are respected for their wisdom and courage. Shriek. Suddenly, a sharp shriek came from the darkness, and the surrounding area became chaotic. Sleek. The luxury car is characterized by its sleek design, which reduces air resistance. Sneak. He sneaked quietly into the room to surprise his family. Speak. He spoke passionately to a large audience about the importance of protecting the environment. Squeak. The door hinges are out of oil and make a squealing noise every time you open or close it. Streak. A meteor streaked across the night sky and disappeared, leaving behind a bright streak. Technique. Through years of training, he has mastered the advanced techniques for creating intricate woodwork. Unique. The building has a unique style that beautifully blends tradition and modernity. Weak. His legs became weak from the long hours of exercise and he could barely walk. Week. This week is very busy. Wreak. A huge typhoon made landfall along the coast, wreak havoc on buildings and crops. Weekday. He works from morning until night on weekdays and cherishes spending time with his family on weekends. Weekend. He often goes camping with his family on weekends to relieve the fatigue of the weekdays. Weekends. He enjoys going on weekend drives with his family to the countryside. Meekly. He meekly complied with his boss's harsh reprimand without arguing. Uniquely. The building is known for its uniquely designed blend of traditional and modern elements. Weekly. The magazine is published weekly and brings you the latest news. Weakness. He overcame his weakness. Anneal. To increase the strength of the metal, craftsmen repeatedly annealed it, heating it to high temperatures and then slowly cooling it. Appeal. The charity made a worldwide appeal for help for the disaster-stricken areas. Conceal. She deliberately put on a cheerful face to conceal her true feelings. Congeal. As the soup cooled, the fat on the surface began to congeal and turn white. Deal. He handled difficult situations calmly and made big business deals. Eel. In Japan, it is customary to eat eel on the day of the summer doyo no ashi to boost one's vitality. Feel. He felt the cold wind on his skin and realized that winter was coming. Genteel. The old Western-style building exudes a genteel atmosphere that evokes the lifestyles of aristocrats of the past. Heal. As time passed, his emotional wounds gradually healed. Heel. Perhaps because he walked poorly, the heels of his new shoes wore down quickly. Ideal. He pursues the ideal image of a leader and works hard to improve himself every day. Keel. Shipbuilders paid close attention to the design of the keel, which is the most important part of a ship's stability. Kneel. He knelt silently before the sacred altar and prayed for the health of his family. Meal. The time he spends with his family sitting around the dinner table enjoying a leisurely meal is something he treasures more than anything else. Ordeal. He overcame the severe ordeal of a serious accident and is now able to walk again. Peal. The peal of church bells announcing the start of the festival echoed throughout the city. Peel. To prepare the dessert, she carefully peeled the apple with a knife. Puerile. Even though he was an adult, he would make puerile jokes in public, shocking those around him. Real. The stories she told were detailed enough to make them seem real. Repeal. Due to strong public opposition, the government repealed the unjust law. Reveal. He finally decides to reveal the secret he's been hiding for years to only his best friend. Seal. He put the confidential documents in an envelope and sealed it so that no one could open it. Spiel. He delivered rehearsed spiel to sell his products with ease. Squeal. When it was time to feed the piglets, they let out high-pitched squeals of delight. Steal. Unable to bear the hunger, he stole an apple from a market stall. Steel. The structure of a modern skyscraper is supported by a strong steel frame. Surreal. The surreal, dreamlike scene before his eyes left him speechless. Unreal. The beautiful oasis that suddenly appeared in the middle of the desert was an unreal and unbelievable sight. Feel. The high-end restaurant is known for its incredibly tender and flavorful sautéed veal. Wheel. The wheel of the car went flat. Zeal. He works with extraordinary zeal to make new projects a success. Wheelchair. He injured his leg in an accident and has since used a wheelchair to get around. Yielding. The new material is flexible and yielding, and has excellent shock absorption properties. Unwieldy. The large piece of furniture was very heavy and awkwardly shaped, making it difficult to transport. Concealment. The perpetrator attempted to conceal the evidence, but was uncovered by the police's relentless investigation. Afield. He traveled far from home into the afield in search of new discoveries. Field. As an agricultural expert, he spends his days out in the vast fields observing the growth of crops. Wield. The skilled craftsman wields a heavy hammer to create beautiful works of art. Yield. With the proper use of fertilizer, this year's wheat yield was 1.5 times higher than last year's. Heels. She wore high heels to the party to make herself look taller. Beam. A beam of sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the surface of the sea. Cream. He likes his coffee with lots of cream and sugar. Deem. The committee deems it impossible to continue the project. Dream. I had a wonderful dream yesterday. Esteem. He is highly esteemed by his colleagues for his significant contributions to his field. Extreme. Winters in the area are extremely cold, with temperatures sometimes dropping below -30 degrees Celsius. Gleam. Her eyes had an intelligent gleam with the expectation of new discoveries. Redeem. He worked hard to redeem his mistake. Regime. The revolution brought down an authoritarian regime and ushered in a new era of democracy. Scheme. He developed a highly complex and sophisticated fraudulent scheme to acquire his wealth. Scream. I heard a sudden scream. Seam. He noticed that the seams of his beloved coat, which he had worn for many years, were fraying. Seem. Seems scary at first glance, but he's actually a very kind person. Steam. Pure white steam rose vigorously from the kettle, signaling that the water was boiling. Stream. The water in the small stream that flows down the mountain slope was surprisingly cold and clear. Supreme. Ruled supreme that the law was unconstitutional. Team. Our team won the game. Team. The rainforest river is teeming with a wide variety of rare fish. Theme. The theme of the meeting is the environment. Steamboat. In the 19th century, steamboats played a revolutionary role in river transportation. Seamless. The new software allows for seamless collaboration between different devices. Streamline. Companies streamline complex manufacturing processes to cut costs. Extremely. The temperature at the summit is extremely low, so you need to take thorough measures to protect yourself from the cold. Unseemly. His jokes at the funeral were criticized as extremely unseemly behavior. Steamship. In the 19th century, the advent of the steamship dramatically reduced intercontinental travel times. Bean. For her health, she grinds a lot of beans into her coffee every morning. Between. A beautiful stream flows between the two villages. Canteen. Between marches, soldiers quenched their thirst by drinking water from the canteen. Careen. The car went into a curve at high speed and careened away. Clean. On weekends, she cleans the whole house to refresh herself. Convene. The Speaker urgently convened all members to discuss the new bill. Cuisine. The restaurant serves traditional French cuisine made with fresh, local ingredients. Dean. The university's dean gave a powerful speech welcoming the new students. Demean. To harshly reprimand a subordinate in front of others is to demean that person's character. 15. She is 15 years old. Figurine. Whenever she travels, she collects small figurines dressed in traditional costumes from each place. Gene. Recent research has identified genes involved in the development of specific diseases. Glean. By reading old diaries and letters, he gleaned information about the lives of people at the time. Green. She is wearing a green dress. Intervene. The police intervened to settle the situation before it escalated. Keen. He has a keen eye for observation and notices even the smallest changes that others might miss. Lean. He jogs every day, which gives him a lean physique with no excess fat. Lien. When he failed to repay his debt, the bank filed a lien against his home. Machine. This modern machine can produce parts much faster than previous models. Marine. At the aquarium, you can observe colorful tropical fish and rare marine life. Mean. To understand the true meaning of the word, you need to consider the context. Mean. He appears to come from a noble family and exudes a somewhat dignified mien. Obscene. The obscene graffiti, which was inappropriate for a public place, was quickly removed. Preen. Preen their feathers with their beaks to keep them clean and waterproof. Ravine. Due to the heavy rain, the river flowing at the bottom of the deep ravine turned into a muddy torrent. Routine. That is my daily routine. Saline. A sterile saline solution was used to clean the wound. Sardine. The can was packed tightly with fresh sardines. Scene. It was a very beautiful scene. Screen. The screen of that TV is large. Serene. The morning by the lake was very serene, and the only sound that could be heard was the chirping of birds. Sheen. The polished marble floor reflected the light, giving off a beautiful sheen. Sunscreen. To protect my skin from the strong summer sun, I always apply sunscreen before going outside. Teen. The teen years are a crucial time for establishing one's identity. Unforeseen. An unforeseen problem occurred during the project, but the team responded quickly. Vaccine. To prevent the spread of the disease, the government recommended that people get vaccinated. Wean. The mother began to wean the baby by gradually introducing solid foods. Cleanup. Local residents gathered together and held a park cleanup event over the weekend. Fiendish. The murderer repeatedly committed his crimes using extremely fiendish methods. Teenager. The teenagers were enthusiastically discussing popular music. Keenly. He keenly felt his responsibility and deeply regretted the failure of the project. Routinely. The hospital routinely carries out safety inspections to ensure patient safety. Meantime. While waiting for the ambulance, he continued to treat the injured. Meanwhile. While the older brother was preparing dinner, the younger brother helped clean the living room. Fiend. Once he gets to work, he becomes obsessed with it like a fiend possessed by something. Jeans. On weekends, he enjoys his DIY hobby while wearing comfortable jeans. Means. All legitimate means should be considered to achieve the goal. Scenes. The final scenes of the movie were so moving that many in the audience shed tears. Asleep. He was reading a book on the sofa and before he knew it, he was asleep. Cheap. This store offers high-quality clothing at very cheap prices. Creep. The thief silently creeped across the floor so as not to be noticed. Deep. This lake is very deep. Heap. There is a heap of unread documents piled up on the desk. Keep. He tries to eat a balanced diet every day to stay healthy. Leap. He took a powerful leap to jump over the puddle. Peep. She was curious to see what was inside the box, so she quietly peeked through the gap in the lid. Reap. After many years of hard work, he finally reaps the rewards of great success. Seep. Heavy rains have caused water to slowly seep through cracks in the basement walls. Sheep. Sheep are grazing on the hill. Sleep. I slept well last night, so I feel great this morning. Steep. The slope of the mountain was very steep and it was difficult to climb. Sweep. Her daily routine is to sweep the front door with a broom every morning. Weep. She couldn't help but weep when she saw the final scene of the moving movie. Leapfrog. His innovative ideas allowed him to leapfrog his competitors and rise to the top of his industry. Deeply. He is deeply reflecting on his mistake. Steeply. As crude oil prices rose, gasoline prices rose steeply. Keepsake. I treasure this old clock as a keepsake from my late grandfather. Bier. At the funeral, the bier carrying the deceased's coffin was quietly carried to the altar. Buccaneer. Stories set in the Caribbean often feature brave buccaneers. Endear. His honesty and humor made him endearing to those around him. Seer. In the old tales, a seer predicted future disasters for a nation. Tier. The theater seats are arranged in tiers, allowing for a good view of the stage from anywhere. A piece. There were 6 cakes in total, and each participating child was given one apiece. Caprice. She has a caprice personality and often changes her plans depending on her mood that day. Cease. The two sides agreed to immediately cease fighting to prevent further casualties. Crease. Because I had been sitting for a long time, my pants had developed deep creases. Decease. The news of his sudden death left his friends in deep sorrow. Decrease. By introducing an efficient system, we were able to significantly decrease work hours. Fleece. The sheep was covered in thick fleece that looked warm during the winter. Grease. I put grease on my bicycle chain to make it move more smoothly. Increase. The new marketing strategy has been successful, and sales have been steadily increasing. Lease. To keep initial costs down, he decided to lease office supplies. Obese. Nowadays, an increasing number of people are becoming obese due to unhealthy eating habits. Peace. After a long period of conflict, peace has finally returned to the border area. Peace. He finally put the last piece of the puzzle into place and completed it. Police. To ensure the safety of citizens, the police patrol the city. Release. The film production company announced that it will release its highly anticipated new film worldwide next month. Peacefully. The conflict ended, and the villagers were able to live peacefully again. Peaceful. The quiet morning by the lake was very peaceful, with the only sound being the chirping of birds. Ceasefire. After a long conflict, both sides finally agreed to a ceasefire, marking a step towards peace. Peacekeeping. A United Nations peacekeeping force was sent to restore order in the conflict zone. Ceaseless. The ceaseless sound of the waves echoes along the shore. Piecemeal. Piecemeal responses, rather than radical reform, will not lead to a fundamental solution. Peacetime. He served in the peacetime military, primarily in disaster relief training. Deceased. In order to carry out the inheritance procedures, I obtained a copy of the family register of a deceased person. East. The sun rises in the east every morning and sets in the western sky. Feast. The villagers held a lavish feast in the town square to celebrate the harvest. Increased. Due to growing health consciousness in recent years, the demand for organic food has increased. Least. He finds time in his busy schedule to go to the gym at least once a week. Priest. The priest of the old church is always available to offer advice to the local people regarding their problems. Yeast. To make bread fluffy and risen, fresh yeast must be fermented at the right temperature. Eastward. The expedition followed the rising sun, heading eastward through the uncharted jungle. Leash. When walking your dog, you should always use a leash for the safety of those around you. Pastiche. The film is like a pastiche that skillfully combines scenes from classic films of the past. Unleash. The introduction of new technologies will unleash enormous potential for economic growth. Beat. He practiced harder than anyone else in order to beat his rival. Beet. Beet is often used in salads and soups because of its bright red color and sweet taste. Cheat. Cheating in an exam not only hinders your own growth, but also makes you lose credibility. Cleat. He fitted strong cleats to the bottom of his shoes to help him climb slippery slopes. Compete. Top athletes from around the world compete at the Olympics, aiming for the gold medal. Complete. After several years of research, he finally constructed a complete system of theory. Conceit. His excessive conceit about his own talents makes him unwilling to listen to the advice of those around him. Concrete. We need concrete solutions to the problem, not just abstract discussions. Deceit. His words were full of clever deceit, and many people were deceived. Defeat. No matter how difficult the situation, he never accepted defeat. Delete. To free up space on my computer, I deleted old files that I no longer need. Deplete. Excessive deforestation threatens to deplete the Earth's oxygen supply. Discreet. He is a very discreet person and never reveals other people's secrets. Discrete. This system is made up of a number of discrete elements. Eat. In order to stay healthy, it is essential to eat a nutritionally balanced diet. Effete. The once prosperous empire gradually declined due to the effete lifestyles of its aristocrats. Elite. He is a member of that elite unit. Excrete. The human body excretes waste products produced as a result of metabolism through sweat and urine. Feat. The climber achieved the amazing feat of reaching the top of the world's highest peak without bottled oxygen. Fleet. The country deploys a powerful naval fleet to protect its vast territorial waters. Greet. Every morning when she enters the office, she greets her colleagues with a bright smile. Heat. To beat the harsh summer heat, many people head to the sea or the mountains. Incomplete. The submitted report was incomplete and lacked data. Indiscreet. She made an indiscreet comment in a public place, invading someone's privacy. Meat. To stay healthy, he is trying to eat less meat and more vegetables. Meet. We decided to meet at a cafe in front of the station to discuss the details of our new project. Meet. The judges assigned appropriate punishments according to the severity of the crimes committed. Neat. His desk is always neat and tidy, and he is very efficient at his work. Peat. In the area, peat extracted from the marshes is used as fuel. Petite. She made the most of her petite physique and performed a delicate dance beautifully. Receipt. In order to settle expenses, you will need to keep the receipt issued by the store. Repeat. Please do not repeat the same mistake. Replete. The history book is replete with valuable information about the lives of people at that time. Retreat. Troops temporarily retreated from the front line to minimize casualties. Seat. The theater seats were fully booked, and there were no tickets left for the day. Secrete. The pancreas secretes a hormone called insulin to regulate blood sugar levels. Sheet. I put a clean sheet on the bed. Street. This street is crowded. Suite. We stayed in a luxurious suite at the hotel to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Sweet. I like sweet cake. Treat. He rescued an injured stray cat and had it properly treated at the veterinary clinic. Wheat. On this vast farm, wheat, the raw material for bread and noodles, shines golden. Deceitful. He is viewed with suspicion by those around him as a deceitful person who is adept at telling lies. Completely. The heavy rain completely soaked his clothes. Treatment. A new method of treatment for the disease was established, and many patients were saved. Pizza. I enjoy ordering a big pizza and watching a movie with friends on weekend nights. Beneath. He picked up the pen that had fallen beneath the desk. Bequeath. He decided to bequeath his vast fortune to the university for the future development of science. Heath. As we drove along the English countryside, we came across a vast heath filled with blooming wildflowers. Sheath. The knight drew his sharp sword from the sheath hanging from his waist. Underneath. The key is underneath the mat. Wreath. In front of the monument was a beautiful wreath of flowers to commemorate the war dead. Achieve. After much hard work, he finally achieved his goal of breaking the world record. Believe. She believes that no matter how difficult the situation, hard work will always pay off. Bereave. The grief of losing a beloved family member to a sudden accident is immeasurable. Cleave. The sharp axe cleaved a thick log in two with one blow. Conceive. He conceived a revolutionary idea to solve this problem from a completely new perspective. Deceive. It is never acceptable to deceive people with sweet words and take their money. Grieve. His friends gently supported him as he lost his family and grieved together with him. Heave. To lift a heavy load, he took a deep breath and heaved it all in one go. Leave. He decided to leave the company he had worked for many years to start a new career. Naive. He is a naive person who does not know how to suspect others, and is easily deceived. Perceive. He is very good at perceiving subtle changes in the atmosphere around him. Receive. On her birthday, she received a thoughtful gift from a friend who lives overseas. Relieve. Light exercise and stretching are effective in relieving shoulder stiffness caused by desk work. Reprieve. Shortly before his execution, new evidence led to him being granted a reprieve. Retrieve. He rushed to retrieve an important document that he had accidentally thrown in the trash. Sleeve. Before starting work, he rolled up his shirt sleeves to get himself ready. Weave. Craftsmen carefully weave cloth with intricate patterns by combining colorful threads. Achievement. After many years of research, he achieved a historic achievement in the scientific community. Bereavement. She is finally recovering from the deep bereavement she felt after losing her family. Evening. What are you doing this evening? Aggrieved. He felt aggrieved by the unfair sentence and decided to appeal. Bereaved. We would like to express our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved. Perceived. In modern society, perceived image can sometimes be more important than reality. Preconceived. In order to see things without prejudice, we need to let go of preconceived notions. Eavesdrop. He tried to eavesdrop through the wall on a secret conversation taking place in the next room. Appease. In order to avoid conflict with neighboring countries, the king tried to appease them by ceding part of his territory. Breeze. The pleasant breeze coming off the sea helped to ease the summer heat. Cheese. I ate cheese with my wine. Chinese. He is majoring in Chinese culture and history at university. Degrees. He earned degrees in physics from a prestigious university and now works in a research lab. Disease. Scientists are constantly researching new treatments for this seemingly incurable disease. Ease. He took a deep breath to ease his tension before beginning his speech. Expertise. She has extensive expertise in cybersecurity. Freeze. On winter nights when the temperature dropped below freezing, the water in the bucket froze solid. Frieze. The upper part of the temple walls is decorated with beautiful frieze depicting stories of ancient gods and heroes. Please look here. Seize. The police raided the criminals' hideout and seized a large amount of counterfeit currency that served as evidence. Sleaze. The politician was accused of being involved in a corruption scandal and of embodying the sleaze of politics. Sneeze. Suffers from hay fever and sneezes frequently in the spring. Squeeze. He squeezed fresh lemons with all his might to make homemade lemonade. Tease. He likes to tease his best friend a little, in an affectionate way. These books are very interesting. Trapeze. The circus's star performer performed a spectacular trapeze routine under a high ceiling. Wheeze. He sometimes gets chest rumbling and wheezes after strenuous exercise or when he has an allergy attack. Cheeseburger. For lunch, he ordered a cheeseburger with lots of melted cheese and fries. Pleased. He is very pleased that his new house turned out just as he wanted. Prestige. Receiving the award is the highest honor a scientist can receive and brings with it great prestige. Beseech. In a desperate tone, he beseeched the king to spare his family. Tidied. He tidied the messy living room in preparation for guests. Beatific. She had a beatific look on her face as she gazed upon her newborn child. Weak-kneed. He is a weak-kneed man who succumbs to his boss's intimidating attitude and is unable to express his own opinion. Sidereal. Astronomers use sidereal time, which measures the rotation of the Earth relative to distant stars. Simile. The expression white as snow is a type of simile, which uses like or as to make a direct comparison. Wheel. He acts with the public's well-being welts in mind above his own interests. Midfield. He plays in midfield on a soccer team, linking the offense and defense. Blaspheme. Blaspheming loudly in a sacred place is an unacceptable act for religious people. Beeline. The hungry children beeline to the kitchen as soon as they got home. Gangrene. The infection in the wound worsen, posing a risk of gangrene, where tissues rot if left untreated. Neap. During neap tides, the difference between high and low tides is smallest, and the coastline looks different than usual. Repast. After completing their climb, they enjoyed a warm and luxurious repast at an inn at the base of the mountain. Reproof. He took his boss' harsh reproof seriously and improved the way he worked. Reprove. The teacher severely reproved the students who were running around in the hallway. Transferee. He was assigned to a new department as a transferee from an overseas branch. Reseat. Concert hall staff reseat late arriving guests into available seats. Repot. The plant had grown too big and looked cramped in the pot, so I repotted it into a slightly larger pot. Egoist. He was shunned by those around him as a complete egoist who had no regard for the feelings of others. Neolithic. Archaeologists have discovered farming tools made from stone in Neolithic settlements. Meteoroid. A meteoroid, a small rock floating in space, enters the Earth's atmosphere and becomes a meteor. Schema. When designing a database, it is important to create a schema that defines the structure of the data. Siesta. In some countries like Spain, the custom of taking a short siesta after lunch still remains. Deep-seated. There was a deep-seated grudge between the two of them due to a long-standing feud. Quietude. He left the noisy city and enjoyed the quietude of his villa in the forest. Bric-a-brac. Her room is filled with bric-a-brac, including antique ornaments she has found on her travels. Irreproachable. He maintains an irreproachable attitude in both his work and personal life. Irretrievable. Because the data had not been backed up, the deleted files were irretrievable. Prehensile. Some monkeys have prehensile tails, which they wrap around tree branches to support themselves. Preternatural. She had preternatural vision, allowing her to accurately see her surroundings even in the dark. Reconcilable. The two opposing views also had some common ground and were easily reconcilable. Remediable. Fortunately, this system error is fully remediable by correcting the program. Treacle. He poured a generous amount of rich, sweet treacle over the pancakes. Treasonable. Selling secret national information to an enemy country is a treasonable crime punishable by death. Venial. It was not a serious breach of the rules, but a venial mistake. Wheedle. With her clever words, she wheedled her father into giving her some pocket money to buy new shoes. Cambium. The cambium, located inside the bark of a tree, produces new cells that make the trunk thicker. Effluvium. A foul effluvium emanated from the swamp, like decaying organic matter. Irredeemable. The old building had many structural defects and was in an irreparable state beyond repair. Pantheism. Pantheism, the belief that God resides in all things, is the underlying idea of many forms of nature worship. Ablution. Before the ceremony, believers performed an ablution, a purification of their bodies with holy water. Adhesion. This new adhesive also exhibits strong adhesion between metal and plastic. Axion. Physicists are trying to detect axions, a mysterious particle that may be the true identity of dark matter. Prehension. The human ability for manual prehension allows for the use of complex tools. Repair person. My washing machine broke, so I called a repair person to fix it. Reprobation. His dishonest behavior brought him severe reprobation from the entire community. Repulsion. When two magnets with the same poles are brought close together, a repulsion force occurs, causing them to repel each other. Stygian. The depths of the cavern were shrouded in Stygian darkness. Vivisection. Animal rights groups have called for an end to vivisection, citing its cruelty. Pre-existence. He believes that he is who he is today because of his past life or pre-existence. Lineament. He had inherited his father's lineament so clearly that it was clear at a glance that they were father and son. Preponderant. The party won a preponderant number of seats in Parliament and passed the bill. Abstemious. To maintain his health, he has always lived an abstemious life with regard to food and alcohol. Heedless. He ignored the warnings of those around him and heedlessly entered the dangerous forest. Moodiness. His moodiness means that those around him have to constantly check his mood. Prepossessing. She greets people she meets for the first time with a very prepossessing smile. Egoistic. His egoistic attitude, which only put his own interests first, disrupted the harmony of the team. Genealogist. To find out his roots, he asked a professional genealogist to research his family tree. Primatologist. A primatologist, she traveled to Africa to study the social structure of chimpanzees. Palliate. The medicine does not cure the disease fundamentally, but it does have the effect of palliating severe pain. Egotistic. He is an egotistical person who always brags about himself, and he has few friends. Beatitude. The Sermon on the Mount preaches the highest beatitude in Christianity. Seismograph. A sophisticated seismograph installed at a seismic observatory detected a faint tremor on the other side of the Earth. Diabolic. The culprit had devised a diabolic plan to deceive the police. Icon. When he visited the old church, he was deeply moved by the historic icon displayed on the wall. Bionic. He wore a bionic prosthetic leg, using the latest technology to replace the leg he lost in the accident. Bionics. Using bionics technology, prosthetic arms that can be controlled by thought have been developed. Die-hard. He is a die-hard fan of the team and watches every game. Waitstaff. The restaurant's waitstaff provides very polite and attentive service. Private sector. He left the government and moved to the private sector to use his skills. Light-hearted. At the beginning of the meeting, he told some light-hearted jokes to break the ice. Game-changing. The discovery of the revolutionary new drug was a game-changing event in cancer treatment. Byproduct. During the process of burning coal, soot is produced as a byproduct of energy. Fine-tune. To achieve the best possible sound quality, engineers meticulously fine-tune the speaker settings. Shake-up. In order to turn around the company's poor performance, the new president carried out a major shake-up of the organization. Bylaw. In order to protect the city's landscape, a new bylaw regarding the installation of signs has been enacted. Trade-off. The balance between performance and price is always a trade-off, making it difficult to choose. Cakewalk. He was well prepared, so the difficult exam was a cakewalk for him. Sidelong. He cast a sidelong glance, as if trying to gauge the person sitting next to him. Sideboard. The sideboard along the wall of the dining room is lined with silver tableware for special occasions. State-of-the-art. The hospital has introduced state-of-the-art medical equipment for early detection of cancer. Life-supporting. Spacecraft have complex life-supporting systems to provide oxygen and water. Racecourse. Over the weekend, many horse racing fans gathered at the racecourse to cheer on their favorite horses. High-flown. His speech was full of high-flown words and no concrete content. Layabout. He is a layabout who doesn't have a regular job and spends all day watching TV. Belay. In rock climbing, belaying the rope is essential to keep your partner safe. Inveigh. At the press conference, he delivered a fierce inveigh against social inequality. Layaway. She bought an expensive coat on layaway and paid for it in installments over several months. Mislay. He mislaid his car keys, forgetting where he put them. Noonday. In the middle of the desert, there was no escape from the relentless noonday sun. Sachet. Redundant. Place a lavender-scented sachet in your closet and let the scent infuse your clothes. Striate. The surface of the rock was covered with narrow striated grooves, carved by the movement of glaciers. I am a student. Apply. She applied to a famous university to fulfill her dream. Awry. Our perfect plan went awry because of an unexpected trouble. During the vote in the assembly, the supporting members all answered, aye. Belie. His gentle appearance belies the very strong will he has inside. Buy. He stood in line in front of the store since morning to buy the latest smartphone. Buy. The report must be submitted by 5 p.m. on Friday. Buy. He waved to his friends at the station ticket gate, saying goodbye. Comply. Companies are required to strictly comply with the new environmental protection regulations. Cry. The ending of the movie was so sad that he couldn't help but cry. Decry. Many civic groups strongly decried the new law as a violation of human rights. Defy. He defied the dictator's orders and continued to fight for freedom. Deny. He completely denied any involvement in the incident and claimed his innocence. Die. The old tree died, unable to withstand the severe winter cold. Dry. This towel is not dry yet. Dye. She dyed her hair a light brown for a change of pace. He signaled with his eye. Fly. I watched the bird fly in the sky. Fry. She fried fresh vegetables and chicken over high heat for dinner. Guy. He is liked by his neighbors as a kind and reliable guy. Hereby. I hereby declare that the contents of this document are true. Hi. He said hi as he passed by. Hi. The airplane is flying at a very high altitude above the clouds. I am planning to start a new project next month. Imply. His words indirectly implied that the current plan had failed. Lie. He told an obvious lie to escape responsibility. My. This is my book. Pi. The ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter is called pi. Pie. She served freshly baked sweet apple pie for dessert. Ply. The craftsman plied his skilled techniques to create beautiful furniture. Pry. He couldn't restrain his curiosity and tried to pry into other people's secrets. Rely. We rely on him to always help us when we are in trouble. Reply. He immediately sent a polite reply to his friend's email. Rye. He prefers to eat bread made with rye instead of wheat for his health. Sigh. He sat in the chair and let out a sigh of relief after a hard day's work. Sky. Today's sky is very blue. Sly. With a sly smile, he prepared a surprise without telling anyone. Spry. Although he is over 80, he is still spry enough to go jogging every morning. Sty. In the sty at the corner of the farm, several pigs were sleeping leisurely. Supply. The company supplies high-quality parts to markets all over the world. Thigh. After the long run, he felt a pleasant fatigue in his thigh muscles. Thigh. In old hymns, the word thy is often used to address God. Tie. He carefully tied his necktie in front of the mirror to match his new suit. Try. It is important to try new things many times without being afraid of failure. Underlie. Poverty underlies the social issues that appear complex. Untie. She quickly untied the string of the package and checked the contents. Vie. The athletes vied fiercely with each other for the championship trophy. Whereby. The government introduced a new system whereby the unemployment rate could be reduced. Why? She couldn't understand why he was so angry. Wry. He gave a wry smile, realizing the irony of his fate. Biopsy. The doctor performed a biopsy of the tissue to determine if the tumor was benign or malignant. Fiat. The new rule was decided by the leader's fiat without any democratic discussion. Try it. As a basis of music theory, I learned the composition of a triad consisting of 3 notes. Triangle. A triangle has 3 sides. Messiah. The people in distress were longing for the appearance of a Messiah to save them. Pariah. After blowing the whistle on the fraud, he came to be treated like a pariah within the industry. Via. He decided to fly from Japan to London via Dubai. Liable. The contract states that the borrower is liable for damages should they occur. Pliable. This material becomes pliable when heated and can be molded into any shape. Reliable. He is a very reliable staff member who completes any task perfectly and on time. Undeniable. It is an undeniable fact that his past achievements contributed greatly to the success of this project. Unreliable. That old used car is very unreliable for long trips because it breaks down frequently. Viable. After thorough market research, this business plan was judged to be economically viable. Diadem. In the ancient painting, the queen wears a beautiful diadem studded with jewels. Diaphragm. The diaphragm plays a crucial role in breathing by drawing air into the lungs. Diagram. He created a clear diagram to explain how the complex machine works. Maniacal. He continued to hit the broken machine while letting out a maniacal laugh. Inviolable. Human dignity is an inviolable right that must not be violated for any reason. Violence. We must not condone solutions involving violence for any reason. Violent. Violent conflicts broke out all over the city last night, resulting in many injuries. Dialogue. We had a long dialogue at the cafe. Dialogue. In order to solve the problems between the two countries, it is essential to have sincere dialogue. Dialect. He spoke in a dialect unique to the region, so it was a little hard for city people to understand. Violate. You must not violate someone's privacy for any reason. Violator. Traffic rule violators must either pay a fine or attend a lecture. Annihilate. The mighty army completely annihilated the enemy's base with overwhelming force. Ultraviolet. Exposure to excessive ultraviolet rays can have harmful effects on the skin. Nihilism. He fell into a temporary state of strong nihilism, unable to find meaning in life. Biomass. Biomass, which refers to biological resources like plants and animals, is gaining attention as a renewable energy source. Leonize. He was lionized by the media as a hero for his historic discovery. Psoriasis. He has suffered for years from a condition called psoriasis, where the skin becomes red and scaly. Diocese. The old cathedral plays a central role in the vast diocese. Parietal. The doctor explained that the parietal lobe of the brain plays a key role in processing sensory information. Dietary. The doctor recommended specific dietary restrictions to improve his health. Proprietary. The pharmaceutical company holds proprietary rights to the new drug. Proprietor. The proprietor of that small bookstore recommends books tailored to the customer's tastes. Anxiety. He feels strong anxiety ahead of his important presentation tomorrow. Impropriety. The politician was fiercely questioned over his impropriety in the misuse of public funds. Notoriety. The criminal gained international notoriety for his bold methods. Piety. He has a deep sense of piety and attends church services every morning without fail. Propriety. In public, one should act with the propriety befitting their social status. Sobriety. He reflected on his past mistakes and now leads a life of sobriety. Society. We need to build a better society where diverse values are recognized. Variety. The supermarket has a rich variety of fruits collected from all over the world. Psychiatrist. He is receiving counseling from a trusted psychiatrist to overcome his mental illness. Diatribe. He delivered a long and fierce diatribe against the opinions of the opposition. Podiatrist. Because his foot pain wouldn't go away, he decided to see a podiatrist. Psychiatry. He majored in psychiatry at university to help people with mental illnesses. Leviathan. There is an ancient legend that a leviathan dwells in the abyss of the sea. Denial. He expressed a clear denial of his involvement in the scandal at the press conference. Dial. He turned the radio dial to find his favorite music program. Trial. It was a fair trial. Vial. The scientists carefully handled the small glass vial containing the precious experimental liquid. Triumph. The victory achieved after overcoming hardships was a triumph he could never forget. Ion. In chemistry class, I learned about an ion, which is an atom that has gained or lost electrons. Scion. As a scion of a distinguished noble family, he has received a strict education since childhood. Scientist. Many scientists are researching new technologies to curb climate change. Alliance. The two companies formed a strategic alliance to expand their market share. Appliance. The kitchen is equipped with new appliances, such as a refrigerator and a microwave. Compliance. The company is in full compliance with safety regulations. Defiance. He openly showed an attitude of defiance against the unjust command. Non-compliance. Non-compliance with the terms of the contract led to legal action. Pseudoscience. The theory appears scientific at first glance, but it is considered pseudoscience because it lacks evidence. Reliance. In modern society, excessive reliance on the internet carries significant risks. Science. He majored in natural science at university to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Client. The lawyer fought with all his might in court to protect the rights of his client. Compliant. Companies need to develop products that are compliant with the new safety standards. Defiant. He did not lose his defiant attitude toward the unfair detention. Giant. It is a tree like a giant. Pliant. This material is very pliant and easy to mold into complex shapes. Reliant. Modern business is more reliant on digital technology than ever before. Dynamite. They dynamited the bedrock to excavate the tunnel. Dynamo. He is extremely active and is like a dynamo, always energizing the team. Dinosaur. Dinosaurs went extinct a long time ago. Dynasty. The dynasty ruled over this vast region for hundreds of years. Final. That is our final decision. Semifinal. Our team defeated the powerhouse and finally advanced to the tournament semifinals. Spinal. Due to the accident, he suffered a spinal injury and required long rehabilitation. Highness. The diplomats addressed the king respectfully as Your Highness. Minus. The temperature is -5 degrees today. Sinus. He suffers from severe hay fever and is troubled by sinus inflammation. Quinine. Quinine is a natural component that was once widely used as a treatment for malaria. Finite. Earth's resources are finite, and we must use them carefully. Designer. She is a famous fashion designer. Diner. The old diner on the corner is busy with many people until late at night. Liner. The luxurious ocean liner slowly left the harbor. Miner. The miners working deep underground extract coal with the utmost care. Minor. It is a very minor problem. Signer. The signers of the treaty signed a historic agreement toward world peace. Binary. Computers process all data in binary format, which is a combination of zeros and ones. Finery. She dressed in her finest finery to attend the wedding ceremony. Refinery. There is a huge oil refinery in the Bay Area to process crude oil into gasoline and other products. Designing. He was in charge of designing a new chair based on the latest ergonomics. Dining. They enjoyed an elegant dining experience under a magnificent chandelier. Lining. Smooth silk is used for the lining of that high-end coat. Shining. She is attracting attention as a shining young artist with a promising future. Signing. Representatives from both countries gathered, and the official signing of the peace treaty took place. Shiny. He polished his favorite shoes until they were as shiny as a mirror. Tiny. Using a microscope, you can observe tiny microbes that are invisible to the naked eye. Whiny. He immediately takes a whiny attitude whenever he faces any difficulty. Albino. A rare albino crocodile born with a lack of pigment is on display at the zoo. Biosphere. The totality of all living things on Earth and the environment that surrounds them is called the biosphere. Tripod. He fixed his camera on a sturdy tripod to take blur-free photos of the night view. Bypass. I used the newly constructed bypass to avoid traffic congestion in the city center. Disciple. The young artist trained for several years as a disciple of the great master. Ripen. Under the warm sun, the tomatoes in the garden ripened red and reached harvest time. Stipend. As a graduate student, he receives a fixed monthly stipend from the university to continue his research. Diaper. The baby started crying, so the father changed the diaper with a practiced hand. Viper. One must be careful, as a poisonous viper might be lurking in the bushes. Biplane. A classic biplane with two main wings flew gracefully through the sky at the airshow. Byproduct. A small amount of heat and water is produced as a byproduct of this chemical reaction. Skyrocket. The price of the product skyrocketed due to the sudden surge in demand. Desirable. To build good relationships, It is desirable to have an attitude of respecting others' opinions. Undesirable. That chemical reaction could potentially cause undesirable side effects harmful to the human body. Irony. It is a deep irony that a car boasting the highest safety standards would get into an accident. Piracy. Online piracy of movies and music has become a serious problem. Gyroscope. A gyroscope is used in smartphones and aircraft to stabilize the orientation of the object. Spiral. To get to the top of the tower, you have to climb a long spiral staircase. Viral. The video he posted went viral within a few hours of its release. Siren. The siren of an ambulance was heard from afar, temporarily breaking the silence of the city. Environment. A safe and rich educational environment is essential for children to grow up healthily. Tyrant. The country's history was a series of rule by a ruthless tyrant and subsequent revolutions. Environs. Rich nature still remains in the environs of the city. Desirous. He is very desirous of gaining new knowledge and is always reading books. Iris. She controlled the amount of light by adjusting the iris of her camera. Virus. To prevent computer virus intrusion, the latest security software should always be installed. Pirate. He infringed on copyright by selling pirate versions of movies. Gyrate. The dancer gyrated her hips intensely to the rhythm of the music. Firing. Due to worsening performance, the company reluctantly decided on the firing of some employees. Inspiring. The movie depicting his indomitable spirit delivered an inspiring message to many viewers. Retiring. After retiring from the company where he worked for many years, he moved to a quiet countryside. Wiring. To ensure the safety of the old building's electrical system, the internal wiring was completely replaced. Expiry. The expiry of the contract is approaching, so renewal procedures are necessary. Inquiry. The police have launched a full inquiry to identify the exact cause of the fire. Thyroid. He has been feeling easily fatigued lately and had his thyroid function tested at the hospital. Isolated. The village is deep in the mountains and is isolated from the outside by snow during winter. Isolate. Those suspected of infection were temporarily isolated to prevent the spread of the virus. Isotope. Atoms with the same atomic number, but different numbers of neutrons are called isotopes. Atheism. He holds a position of atheism, not believing in God, and values scientific evidence. Bison. In the vast meadow, a large bison was leisurely grazing on the grass. License. He finally became able to drive alone after obtaining his driver's license. Licensed. To sell drugs, one needs license qualifications certified by the government. Crisis. The government launched new measures to overcome the unprecedented economic crisis. Eyesight. His eyesight has worsened recently, so he decided to get new glasses. Biceps. He goes to the gym every day to train his biceps. Bicycle. For his health, he commutes every day by bicycle along the coast. Icicle. On a severe winter morning, I found sharp icicles hanging from the eaves. Icily. She icily told the friend who betrayed her, "I never want to see you again." Enticing. The smell of freshly baked bread wafting from the shop entrance was very enticing to passers-by. Icing. For the finishing touch, beautiful patterns were drawn on the cake with sweet icing. Decisive. As a leader, he was required to make a decisive judgment even under difficult circumstances. Divisive. The new policy was divisive, with opinions split among the public. Incisive. His incisive analysis perfectly struck the core of the complex problem. Indecisive. She is indecisive and takes an indecisive attitude, even when choosing a lunch menu. Dicey. Climbing in poor visibility and strong winds is a very dicey undertaking. Icy. Due to last night's cold snap, the road surface is icy and slippery. Pricey. The food at that restaurant is delicious, but it's a bit pricey for everyday dining. Skyscraper. A huge skyscraper, the symbol of the city, towers in the center of town. Bystander. When the accident happened, a bystander nearby immediately called an ambulance. Shyster. He is guarded against in the industry as a shyster who makes money through unfair means. Feisty. She is small, but she is a feisty woman who states her opinion clearly to anyone. Excitable. He has a very excitable personality and quickly shows his emotions over even trivial matters. Revitalize. The government set a budget to revitalize the area by reviving the old shopping street. Vitamin. Taking a sufficient amount of vitamins from your diet is essential to maintain your health. Delighted. He was delighted to hear the news of his promotion, as his years of effort had paid off. Excited. The children are very excited, imagining the trip to the amusement park starting tomorrow. Entitle. Employees who have completed a certain period of service are entitled to take long vacations. Recital. She held a piano recital to show the results of her practice so far. Title. The title of the book is simple, but it attracted the interest of many readers. Vital. For the success of the team, close communication among members is a vital factor. Entitlement. Receiving a public pension is a legitimate entitlement for citizens who have paid insurance premiums for many years. Item. He put the last item on his shopping list into the basket and headed for the register. Enlighten. Her clear explanation helped enlighten us on the complex issue. Frighten. The sudden clap of thunder frightened the small children playing by the window. Heighten. Ahead of the important announcement, a silence spread through the venue that served to heighten the tension. Lighten. He lightened the heavy atmosphere of the meeting by telling a humorous story. Tighten. He used a screwdriver to firmly tighten the loose screw. Enlightenment. In 18th century Europe, Enlightenment thought which prioritized reason spread widely. Enlightened. Through education, he was freed from prejudice and came to have more enlightened ideas. Frightened. The children clung to their mother, looking very frightened by the sudden loud noise. Arthritis. My grandfather seemed to struggle with going up and down stairs because of arthritis in his knees. Bronchitis. He couldn't stop coughing and was diagnosed with acute bronchitis by his doctor. Detritus. After the flood receded, the streets were littered with detritus such as driftwood and garbage. Encephalitis. There are concerns about an outbreak of mosquito-borne encephalitis in that region. Gastritis. He developed gastritis due to stress and was forced to restrict his diet for a while. Hepatitis. Hepatitis is a liver disease caused by viral infections or excessive alcohol consumption. Lighter. He took a lighter out of his pocket to start the campfire. Mitre. The bishop wore a majestic mitre studded with jewels during the ceremony. Writer. She is a famous writer of novels. Benighted. Ashamed of his ignorance, he started studying to escape his benighted state. Blighted. The area remains economically blighted due to the prolonged recession. Unrequited. For years, he has held an unrequited love for her. Biting. On a winter morning, a biting wind was blowing sharp enough to sting the skin. Exciting. The comeback in the final match was an exciting moment for all the spectators in the stadium. Writing. He is writing in his journal every night to organize his thoughts. Almighty. Faced with the wonders of nature, one cannot help but feel the presence of an almighty power. Flighty. She is a bit flighty, and her interests shift quickly from one thing to another. Mighty. The old castle walls once repelled many attacks from mighty armies. Nitrogen. About 80% of the Earth's atmosphere is composed of nitrogen, a colorless and odorless gas. Nitrate. Fertilizers containing nitrates are widely used in agriculture to promote plant growth. Saliva. Just smelling the food made saliva flood into his mouth. Privatization. The government decided to promote the privatization of public services to increase management efficiency. Arrival. Because the plane's arrival was significantly delayed, he was kept waiting at the airport for hours. Revival. A revival of nostalgic fashion is becoming a boom among young people. Rival. He is my biggest rival. Survival. In the harsh wilderness, securing food and water is the top priority for survival. Rivalry. There has been a fierce rivalry between the two teams for many years. Enliven. Her bright smile and lively conversation enlivened the mood of everyone there. Connivance. The fraud was possible only through the connivance of some officials. Contrivance. The ending of the story felt like an unnatural contrivance. Private. It is a private matter. Driver. He is a careful driver. Ivory. The keys of that old piano are made of precious ivory, which is now restricted in trade. Ivy. The walls of the old mansion are covered in lush ivy that has grown over many years. Byword. His name has become a byword for integrity in that industry. Highway. The opening of the new highway significantly shortened travel time between cities. Eyewitness. The police are gathering testimony from eyewitnesses to clarify the truth of the accident. Plywood. He bought several sheets of light and durable plywood to build a shelf himself. Advisable. It is advisable to check the local security situation before traveling abroad. Inadvisable. It is extremely dangerous and inadvisable to climb snowy mountains without proper equipment. Recognizable. Although his appearance has changed over the years, his distinctive voice is still easily recognizable. Sizable. The company invested a sizable amount of capital to ensure the success of the new project. Sizable. The old mansion has a sizable hall that must have hosted many guests in the past. Reprisal. He expressed an opposing opinion but chose his words carefully for fear of reprisal from his boss. Horizon. The sun began to rise slowly from the horizon over the sea, staining the sky red. Wizened. The old man's face was wizened, telling the story of his years of hardship. Advisor. He is a financial advisor. Advisor. He consulted a financial advisor to get professional advice on investments. Divisor. In mathematical division, the divisor must not be 0. Geyser. In that national park, You can see a geyser that spouts hot water high into the sky at regular intervals. Incisor. The dentist checked the condition of the incisors, the front teeth responsible for biting into food. Kaiser. In history class, I learned about the German Kaiser during World War I. Miser. Although he is very wealthy, he is known as a miser who refuses to spend even a penny wastefully. Advisory. As a strong typhoon is approaching, the weather agency issued a heavy rain and high wind advisory. Miserly. Despite being a billionaire, he is a miserly man who never leaves a tip. Uprising. Public dissatisfaction exploded, leading to a fierce uprising to overthrow the dictatorship. Surprisingly. I heard the exam was very difficult, but the results were surprisingly good. Proviso. He borrowed money from a friend with the proviso that he would repay it by next month. Ascribe. He ascribed his success to the great support of the people around him. Bribe. The official was arrested on suspicion of receiving a large bribe from a construction company. Circumscribe. His range of activities was temporarily circumscribed by the effects of the injury. Describe. She described the beautiful scenery she found during her trip to her friend in detail. Jibe. He ignored the unfair jibes from his rival and devoted himself to practice. Imbibe. He studied the local language eagerly to imbibe the culture of the place he visited. Jibe. His testimony jibed perfectly with the accounts of the witnesses at the scene. Prescribe. The doctor prescribed appropriate medication to relieve his symptoms. Prescribe. In that country, activities spreading certain ideologies are strictly prescribed by law. Scribe. In the days before printing technology, knowledge was recorded by dedicated scribes. Subscribe. He subscribes to an economic magazine annually to get the latest business information. Transcribe. The secretary transcribed all the important remarks from the meeting into the notebook. Tribe. A tribe of indigenous people who still maintain their unique culture lives deep in the Amazon. Abide. All citizens have a duty to abide by the laws of the country. Allied. The two countries formed an allied force to counter a common enemy. Aside. He called his friend aside to discuss something important. Beside. She sat beside her sick friend and nursed him all night long. Betide. There is an old saying, "Woe betide the dishonest man." Bide. He decided to bide his time and wait patiently for the perfect opportunity to arrive. Bride. The bride, who was the star of the ceremony, was beautiful. Chide. The mother gently chided her child who came home covered in mud. Coincide. The two major events happen to coincide, making the city very crowded. Collide. Two cars collided violently at the intersection, and a loud noise echoed. Confide. He confided his deepest troubles, which he had told no one, to his most trusted best friend. Decide. He chose to decide his own path at a major turning point in his life. Deride. Some people derided his reckless challenge, but he never gave up. Divide. He divided the large pizza into 8 equal slices to share with his friends. Glide. The eagle spread its wings and glided gracefully through the sky on an updraft. Guide. Thanks to the experience guide, we reached the summit safely. Hide. He hid his face with both hands out of sheer embarrassment. Implied. Although not directly expressed, a strong refusal was implied in her words. Inside. It is very cold outside, but inside the heating is on and it is warm. Pied. A Pied Piper wearing multicolored clothes appears in that fairy tale. Preside. The chairman presided over the meeting to discuss the new upcoming project. Pride. He finishes each product carefully, taking pride in his work as a craftsman. Provide. The school provided students with the latest learning tablets. Reside. He chose to reside peacefully in a quiet seaside town after his retirement. Ride. He likes to ride his bicycle along the coast on a sunny day. Side. He must make a careful decision about which side to take. Slide. He slipped on the wet floor and slid all the way to the wall. Snide. He always makes snide comments about other people's success. Stride. He moved to the center of the stage with large, confident strides. Subdivide. They decided to subdivide the vast land into several plots to use it efficiently. Subside. The violent storm finally subsided, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Tide. Many surfers gathered at the beach for the high tide. Wide. He opened his eyes wide to get a good look at the opposite bank of the river. Sidebar. The magazine's sidebar contains trivia related to the main article. Hidebound. He is very hidebound in his thinking and is reluctant to accept new methods. Bridegroom. The bridegroom waited with a nervous look for the bride to appear at the altar. Guideline. Please follow the new guideline. Sideline. Due to his injury, he couldn't play and cheered from the sidelines with a sense of regret. Idly. He spent the afternoon idly, having nothing particular to do. Widely. The new technology is now widely used in industries all over the world. Widespread. With the spread of the internet, information has become more widespread than before. Sidestep. He managed to sidestep the difficult question and change the subject. Sidetrack. The moderator proceeded carefully to ensure the discussion didn't get sidetracked from the main topic. Sidewalk. For safety, he avoided the roadway and walked toward the station on the well-maintained sidewalk. Besides. He can speak Spanish and French besides English. Blithe. He faced the difficulties with a blithe attitude, ignoring the concerns of those around him. Lithe. The dancer moved gracefully across the stage with lithe movements. Tithe. Out of faith, he gives 10% of his monthly income to the church as a tithe. Knife. He cut vegetables with a knife. Life. He decided to start a completely different new life in a new land. Rife. Political corruption is rife in that region, and citizen dissatisfaction is growing. Strife. Ethnic strife has been constant in that country for many years, and many people are suffering. Wife. He reserved her favorite restaurant to celebrate his wife's birthday. Lifeboat. When the ship began to sink, the crew quickly lowered the lifeboat into the sea. Lifeguard. The lifeguard is constantly monitoring the safety of the people swimming in the sea. Lifelong. He has been my best friend since childhood and is a lifelong partner to me. Lifelike. The sculptures on display at that museum are so lifelike that they look like they might move at any moment. Lifespan. Due to advances in medical technology, the average human lifespan has extended significantly. Lifestyle. A lifestyle with a balanced diet and exercise is essential to maintain health. Lifetime. Witnessing that magnificent scenery became a lifetime memory for him. Oblige. The law obliges all citizens to pay their taxes by the set deadline. Obliged. Having received kind help, he felt obliged to return the favor someday. Alike. The twin brothers sound so much alike that you can't tell who is speaking over the phone. Bike. I refresh myself by riding my bike on mountain paths on weekends. Dike. A sturdy dike is built along the coast to prevent flooding from high tides. Dislike. He has always struggled with crowds and strongly dislikes noisy places in the city. Hike. Over the weekend, they went for a hike in the nearby mountains in search of fresh air. Like. He looks very much like his father and like him enjoys playing sports. Pike. That lake is known to be inhabited by large pike with sharp teeth. Spike. Due to the summer heat wave, electricity bills for air conditioning spiked temporarily. Strike. The labor union declared that it would go on a full-scale strike starting next week to demand higher wages. Unlike his sociable older brother, the younger brother is shy and prefers to spend time alone. Likely. It is likely to rain this afternoon as the clouds have become thick. Unlikely. Since he is a very cautious person, it is unlikely that he would take such a reckless gamble. Likelihood. Judging from the recent economic situation, the likelihood of interest rates rising is very high. Likeness. The portrait captured his features well and bore a striking likeness to him. Likewise. When she expressed her approval at the meeting, he likewise indicated his agreement. Aisle. Aisle seats on planes are preferred by many passengers because they are easy to move from. Beguile. Her beautiful singing voice beguiled the audience and made them forget the time. Bile. Bile produced in the liver plays an important role in helping to digest fats. Compile. He compiled the latest data from various regions for the new project. File. He saved important contracts in categorized files so they would be easy to find later. Guile. He used guile to extract favorable terms from his rival. Oh. The small isle features beautiful untouched sandy beaches and crystal clear waters. Mile. It is 1 mile to the station. Pile. There is a pile of half-read books stacked on the desk. Revile. He fiercely reviled the judge who handed down the unfair verdict in public. Rile. His irresponsible attitude really riled up his mild-mannered boss. Smile. Her bright smile always cheers up the people around her. Stile. He climbed over the stile in the pasture fence and walked toward the hill. Style. He has his own style. Tile. He arranged tiles with his favorite design on the kitchen wall. Vile. A vile smell was wafting from the garbage dump, becoming almost unbearable. While. He checked his schedule for the day while drinking coffee. While. She used her feminine wiles to move the difficult negotiation in her favor. Guileless. His guileless smile immediately put people meeting him for the first time at ease. Milestone. The approval of this new drug will be a significant milestone in medical history. Child. That child is very clever. Mild. This winter has been very mild compared to usual years. Wild. He studies wild animals. Childbearing. She is thinking seriously about balancing her career and childbearing. Childbirth. Thanks to modern medical technology, the risks associated with childbirth have decreased significantly compared to before. Childhood. He spent his childhood in a rural village surrounded by abundant nature. Childless. They were a childless couple, but they loved the neighborhood children as if they were their own. Wildlife. The national park protects rich wildlife, including rare birds and animals. Mildly. He smiled mildly and brushed off the criticism from his boss. Whilst. She finished cleaning the room whilst listening to music. Chime. The clock chime announcing noon resonated pleasantly throughout the entire city. Climb. He climbed the steep rock wall carefully step by step. Crime. The police are doing their best to uncover the truth behind that heinous crime. Grime. The surface of the old machine left for years was covered in black grime. Lime. She squeezed a fresh lime into her drink to add a refreshing aroma. Mime. The street performer captivated the audience with a mime that expressed emotions without words. Prime. He achieved his greatest accomplishments during the prime of his life. Rhyme. The poem has a pleasant rhythm, with each line ending in a perfect rhyme. Sublime. The vast view from the summit was truly sublime. Thyme. She sprinkled some dried thyme to add a refreshing aroma to the soup. Time. He made a detailed plan to use his limited time effectively. Timeline. A detailed timeline was created to keep the project on track. Timely. Thanks to his timely advice, we avoided a major loss. Untimely. The untimely death of the great artist saddened fans all over the world. Limestone. The buildings in this area are made of white limestone quarried from nearby mountains. Timetable. He created a detailed timetable to manage his daily schedule efficiently. Sometimes. He is usually very quiet, but sometimes he speaks his mind passionately. Times. In the modern era, things change rapidly, and we need to keep up with the times. Align. He aligned the poster exactly with the edge of the wall so it wouldn't be tilted. Assign. The teacher assigned homework to the students to be completed over the weekend. Benign. The test results showed his tumor was benign, and his family breathed a sigh of relief. Brine. He soaked the fresh fish in strong brine to enhance its preservation. Confine. He confined his activities to indoors for a while to prevent his injury from worsening. Consign. He consigned his old furniture to a thrift shop for sale to get rid of it. Decline. Along with the economic downturn, the company's sales began to decline slowly. Define. Please define that technical term. Design. She designed new furniture that combines both usability and beauty. Dine. They dined at the best restaurant in town to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Divine. Ancient kings often claimed to be endowed with divine power. Enshrine. Basic human rights are enshrined in the Constitution as inviolable rights. Entwine. Their lives became deeply entwined as they shared a common purpose. Fine. It is a very fine day today. Incline. He is inclined to agree with the new proposal. Intertwine. Their destinies became complexly intertwined, like threads tangling together. Line. He used a ruler to draw a straight line on the paper. Malign. He tried to malign his rival's reputation by spreading groundless rumors. Mine. A large amount of high-quality coal used to be extracted from that old mine. Opine. The economist opined that it will take time for improvement regarding the current market situation. Pine. Living far from his hometown, he pines for the days spent with his former friends. Redefine. The innovative technology will redefine the way we have lived until now. Redesign. The app's interface was completely redesigned to meet user demands. Refine. He further refined the design of the new product, aiming for higher quality. Resign. He resigned from the company he had worked at for many years to start a new challenge. Shine. The sun after the rain peeked through the clouds and shone brightly on the wet road surface. Shrine. The old shrine is cherished as a sacred place visited by many worshippers. Sign. He signed his name at the end of the document to make the contract official. Spine. He sat in the chair with his spine straight to improve his posture. Stein. At the beer hall, he toasted with a large ceramic stein in his hand. Supine. He lay down in a supine position on the grass to relax. Swine. The dishonest merchant was despised by those around him as a swine. Tine. He used the tines of the fork to check the toughness of the meat. Whine. He immediately whines like a child whenever he faces a difficulty. Wine. He drank red wine for dinner. Lineup. This year's lineup for the music festival is more spectacular than usual. Binder. He organized the scattered documents into a blue binder. Reminder. He set a reminder on his smartphone so he wouldn't forget the meeting time. Binding. The signed contract has a legally binding effect on both parties. Blinding. He instinctively squinted at the sudden blinding light. Finding. The research team reported a surprising finding. Rainforest. They protect the rainforest. Alignment. If the alignment of the car tires is off, the steering wheel pulls while driving. Assignment. He was given an important assignment as the leader of the new project by his boss. Confinement. He endured long confinement in solitary and was finally released. Consignment. The shop sells items on a consignment basis, paying fees only for what sells. Refinement. The product received further refinement based on user feedback. Signpost. An old signpost showing the distance to the destination stood at the fork in the road. Behind. He was in a hurry and left his important documents behind on the desk. Bind. He used a thick rubber band to bind the loose documents together. Blind. He has been blind since birth but is blessed with a talent for music. Find. He finally found the keys he thought he had lost deep in his coat pocket. Grind. He grinds the beans himself every morning to enjoy freshly brewed coffee. Hind. The horse reared up on its hind legs, startled by the loud noise. Inclined. He is somewhat inclined to have a negative opinion toward the new proposal. Kind. He has a very kind personality and cannot leave people in trouble alone. Mind. He organized the situation in his mind before making a decision. Refined. Her refined behavior made a deep impression on the people around her. Remind. She reminded him not to forget the time of tomorrow's meeting. Resigned. Realizing he couldn't change the situation, he accepted it with a resigned attitude. Rind. He finally grated the lemon rind to add a refreshing aroma to the dish. Unkind. She was deeply hurt by his unkind words and didn't speak to him for a while. Wind. A strong wind is blowing, and the trees in the garden are swaying violently. Mindful. To maintain health, it is important to be mindful of eating a balanced diet daily. Blindfold. He put a blindfold on her and led her into the room for the surprise. Mindless. To relieve stress, he spends his weekends watching mindless TV shows. Hindsight. In hindsight, I should have chosen a different path back then. Grindstone. The craftsman sharpened the old blade to a keen edge on a grindstone. Gripe. He is always sharing his minor gripes about workplace conditions with his colleagues. Hype. Despite all the hype, the content of the new movie was mediocre. Pipe. Water is leaking from the pipe. Ripe. The fruit, bathed in plenty of sunlight, has become ripe and is giving off a sweet aroma. Snipe. He hid in the shadows and held his breath, attempting to snipe at the distant target. Stripe. The boy went out wearing his favorite blue and white stripe patterned shirt. Swipe. He swiped his smartphone to display the next photo. Type. What type of music do you like? Wipe. She hurriedly wiped the table to clean up the spilled coffee. Pipeline. A huge pipeline for transporting natural gas is laid on the seabed. Striped. He attended the party wearing his favorite blue and white striped shirt. Admire. I sincerely admire her courage in facing difficulties and her tireless efforts. Fire. The western sky illuminated by the sunset was red, as if it were afire. Aspire. Many young people aspire to become professional musicians on the world stage someday. Dire. The region is suffering from a severe food shortage, and the situation is extremely dire. Expire. My passport will expire next month, so I need to renew it. Inquire. He inquired with customer support about the details of the new product. Inspire. Her enthusiastic speech strongly inspired many young people in the audience. Ire. His insolent attitude drew the ire of the mild-mannered principal. Lyre. Ancient Greek poets recited poems while playing the lyre. Mire. He got caught up in a scandal and is unable to escape the political mire. Perspire. He was perspiring all over since he had just finished some intense exercise. Retire. After retiring from the company he worked at for years, he is enjoying his hobby of gardening. Spire. The sharp spire of the old cathedral serves as a landmark for the city even from a distance. Squire. The squire, a knight's apprentice in the Middle Ages, was responsible for maintaining his master's weapons. Firefighter. Firefighters rescued people trapped inside the burning building. Wireless. Advances in wireless technology have made internet access available almost everywhere. Requirement. English proficiency is a mandatory requirement for the application. Firework. On the night of the summer festival, the audience cheered at the spectacular fireworks coloring the night sky. Expired. Since his driver's license had already expired, he needed to go through the renewal process. Advice. He followed his mentor's advice and decided to specialize in international law. Concise. He provided a concise summary of the project to save time during the meeting. Device. A smartphone is a versatile device that can be used for communication and entertainment. Dice. They rolled the dice to decide who would go first before starting the board game. Entice. The store offered big discounts to entice customers into the shop. Excise. The surgeon had to excise the tumor to prevent it from spreading. Ice. He put plenty of ice in the glass to cool his throat. Nice. It is a nice day today. Precise. Precise data entry is essential to perform complex calculations accurately. Price. The price of the product rose sharply as the balance between supply and demand collapsed. Rice. Japanese people eat rice as a staple food. Slice. Please slice the bread thinly. Splice. He repaired the broken rope by splicing the ends together. Suffice. His explanation was very brief, but it sufficed to understand the situation. Thrice. To be extra sure, he checked the content of the report thrice before submitting it. Twice. He checked the calculations twice to ensure there were no errors. Vice. Gambling was a vice that he found very difficult to overcome. Vice. The carpenter secured the piece of wood in a vise before sawing it. Iceberg. While sailing the Arctic Ocean, a massive iceberg suddenly appeared out of the mist. Concisely. Because time was limited, he summarized the report's content concisely for his presentation. Nicely. She did it nicely. Precisely. He followed the experimental procedures precisely as written in the manual. Enticement. Many companies offer high bonuses as an enticement to acquire excellent talent. Viceroy. During the colonial era, the vast territory was ruled by a viceroy dispatched from the home country. Heist. The criminal group succeeded in a jewel heist, bypassing strict security with a clever plan. Tryst. They kept it a secret from those around them and had secret trysts, in the park at night. Alight. Upon arriving at his destination, he quickly alighted from the bus. All right. He fell down but fortunately wasn't hurt, and replied that he was all right. Bite. Extremely hungry, he took a large bite of his sandwich. Blight. The region is suffering from the economic blight of a prolonged recession. Bright. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Cite. You need to appropriately cite reliable sources when writing a paper. Contrite. He deeply reflected on his mistake and apologized with a contrite expression. Delight. He was delighted by the unexpected gift from his daughter and beamed with a smile. Despite. The game started as scheduled despite the heavy rain. Excite. It excites me. Fight. He continued to fight until the end, even in difficult situations, to defend his beliefs. Flight. Our scheduled flight was cancelled due to bad weather. Fright. Surprised by the sudden loud noise, he froze in fright for a moment. Height. The building is over 300 meters in height and can be seen from anywhere in the city. Ignite. On the night of the camp, he struck a match and ignited the firewood for the bonfire. Incite. His extreme words and actions resulted in inciting the crowd's anger. Indict. The prosecutor indicted the politician for corruption based on sufficient evidence. Invite. She invited her close friends to her birthday party. Knight. Medieval stories often feature a brave knight rescuing a princess. Light. Since the room was dark, he pressed the wall switch to turn on the light. Might. He used all his might. Mite. He focused on exterminating mites from his bedding to prevent allergies. Night. I can see stars at night. Plight. The news reported on the tragic plight of refugees suffering in conflict zones. Polite. He is trusted by those around him because he treats everyone with a polite attitude. Quite. His new house was quite larger than he had imagined. Recite. He recited a famous poem he had been practicing in front of the whole class. Reunite. After a long time apart, the family was finally able to reunite at the airport. Rewrite. He rewrote the conclusion of his report following the professor's suggestions. Right. He thought carefully to find the right path he should follow. Right. The tribe has a traditional rite that children perform when they become adults. Sight. The view from the summit was a sight more magnificent than anything I had ever seen. Site. This location is the site plan for the construction of a new library. Sleight. The magician amazed the audience with his sleight of hand. Slight. There was a slight mistake in his plan, but it was within a correctable range. Spite. He intentionally provided false information out of spite for his rival. Fright. According to legend, a small sprite lives deep in the forest. Tight. These shoes are a bit too tight, making my feet hurt. Tonight. He is looking forward to reuniting with his friends at the party tonight. Trite. His speech was full of trite expressions and didn't resonate much. Upright. He sat upright with his back straight to correct his posture. Uptight. He is a bit uptight, worrying about tomorrow's exam. White. She is wearing a white dress. Right. He wrote down the key points of today's meeting in his notebook so he wouldn't forget them. Delightfully. Colorful flowers are blooming delightfully in the garden, soothing the soul. Delightful. Last night's party was a delightful time filled with delicious food and pleasant conversation. Frightful. The scene of the accident was a frightful sight, almost unbearable to look at. Rightful. After years of litigation, he finally proved that he was the rightful owner of the land. Nightfall. He hurried down the mountain path so he could reach his destination by nightfall. Zeitgeist. The novel perfectly expresses the zeitgeist of young people seeking freedom in the 1960s. Light-hearted. He has a light-hearted personality, always making jokes to make people laugh. Lighthouse. In the raging sea, the light from the lighthouse showed the ships a safe route. Knighthood. He was conferred a knighthood by the king in recognition of his years of social contribution. Brightly. The full moon shone brightly in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Nightly. He never misses his nightly jog to maintain his health. Politely. When a stranger asked for directions, he politely showed them using a map. Slightly. Adding salt made the soup taste slightly better. Sprightly. Although he is nearly 90, he still stands tall and walks with a sprightly step. Tightly. She held the box containing her precious treasures tightly so as not to give it to anyone. Unsightly. The garbage left by the roadside is an unsightly thing that ruins the landscape. Excitement. The venue was filled with excitement. Incitement. His comments on social media were considered an incitement to cause violent protests. Indictment. The report became a harsh indictment of the current administration's inappropriate economic policies. Nightmare. I had a nightmare last night. Brightness. The morning brightness streaming through the window filled the entire room. Lightning. Lightning lit up the sky. Sightsee. They visited Kyoto on their vacation and went to sightsee at famous temples. Sightseeing. We went sightseeing on the weekend. Tightwad. Although he is very wealthy, he is known as a tightwad who splits the bill to the last cent. Whitewash. The government attempted to whitewash the facts in an official announcement to cover up the scandal. Lightweight. This new laptop is very lightweight and convenient to carry. Rights. Everyone has basic human rights to enjoy freedom and equality. Alive. He was in a major accident, but was miraculously found alive, relieving his family. Arrive. Although the flight was delayed, he managed to arrive by the start time of the meeting. Connive. He used the cowardly method of conniving at someone else's injustice for his own benefit. Contrive. He managed to contrive a new system within the limited budget. Deprive. The law was criticized as depriving certain citizens of their basic rights. Derive. We learned that many English words derive from Latin or Greek roots. Dive. He dove into the sea from the boat to fully enjoy the highly transparent water. Drive. He commutes to work by car, driving for an hour every morning. 5. The team consists of 5 members, each playing a different role. Hive. Many bees are buzzing busily around the hive built in the garden tree. Live. After graduating from university, he is living alone in the center of London. Revive. Many volunteers cooperated to revive the old traditional festival. Strive. We must constantly strive to build a fairer and more sustainable society. Survive. He survived the harsh environment in the desert and miraculously made it out alive. Thrive. The plant thrives on a sunny windowsill because it loves direct sunlight. Lively. The party was very lively. Livelihood. For many fishermen, this sea is the sole source of their livelihood. Livestock. Livestock such as cattle and sheep are raised on a vast pasture on that farm. Contrived. The ending of the movie was so contrived that it disappointed the audience. Advise. The doctor advised him to rest. Prize. The secretary promptly apprised her boss that the meeting content had changed. Arise. The meeting was urgently postponed because an unexpected trouble arose. Baptize. He was baptized in church by his parents when he was a baby. Chastise. The father strictly chastised his son for lying and made him reflect on it. Comprise. This team is comprised of 5 members with different areas of expertise. Demise. The sudden demise of the famous politician shocked the whole country. Despise. He despises people who tell lies and never forgives dishonest behavior. Devise. They decided to devise a new strategy to solve the problem. Disguise. Because he was a celebrity, he used a disguise to hide his identity when walking the streets. Guise. He tried to trap his rival by wearing the guise of a kind advisor. Incise. The sculptor incised a beautiful pattern on the surface of the stone with a sharp tool. Prize. He was recognized for his many years of research and won a globally prestigious prize. Reprise. The famous singer reprised the melody of her debut song at the end of the concert. Revise. Before submitting, he revised the report content several times to ensure there were no typos. Rise. The sun slowly rose in the eastern sky, and a new day began. Size. It is the right size for me. Surmise. Based on the evidence left at the scene, he surmised that the culprit had broken in through the window. Surprise. That was a big surprise. Unwise. Starting a new business without sufficient preparation is an extremely unwise decision. Wise. He is experienced and can make wise judgments in any difficult situation. Wisely. He used his limited budget wisely and bought only what was necessary. Seismic. This building is designed to withstand seismic vibrations caused by a massive earthquake. Revised. Since errors were found in the statistical data, the government released a revised report. Inscribe. He had his name inscribed on a fountain pen as a graduation souvenir. Band-aid. He cut his finger a little while cooking, so he put a band-aid on the wound. Band-aid. I put a band-aid on the cut on my finger. Fail-safe. To prevent accidents from occurring, the system has built-in double fail-safes. Catch. He never tries to spend his own money and is always catching cigarettes from his friends. Slake. After walking through the desert, the traveler finally found an oasis where his thirst was quenched or satisfied. Cyclic. It is a cyclic change. Impale. The fence was stabilized by fastening it into the ground with sharp stakes. Inveigle. He sweet-talked his friend into a risky business. Nubile. The village was filled with young, nubile women of marriageable age. Regale. He regaled his friends with fascinating tales of his travel adventures. Viol. The musician played elegant melodies on the viol, an ancient instrument that is the ancestor of the modern cello. Failings. He honestly acknowledged his failings and began to work to improve them. Islet. A small green-covered islet floats in the middle of the beautiful lake. Big time. He finally made it onto the big time stage and fulfilled his dream. Climb. He traveled to the tropics in search of a warmer climate to escape the bitter cold of winter. Quicklime. Quicklime is used on construction sites to stabilize soil. Rime. On a severe winter morning, the tree branches were covered in white rime, creating a magical landscape. Deign. The arrogant politician didn't even bother to answer questions from ordinary citizens. Ingrain. Instilling habits from an early age is extremely important in education. Recline. He reclined the back of the sofa and lay down to relieve his fatigue. Hydrodynamics. He is an expert in hydrodynamics, the study of the movement and forces of fluids, and is involved in ship design. Manliness. He values strong manliness, never complaining even in difficult situations, and self-discipline. Biped. Humans are bipeds, meaning they walk upright on two legs, which is what makes them so different from other animals. Insipid. The soup has no dashi and tastes very insipid. Laissez-faire. The government took a laissez-faire stance, not intervening in economic activity and leaving it to the market to do its thing. Hireling. He kept his hands clean, but instead got hired hirelings to do the dirty work. Baste. To make the dish juicy, the meat was basted while it was cooking. Bight. Many small boats were anchored in the large bight of the bay. Fishtail. When I suddenly braked on a snowy road, the rear of the car started to sway from side to side, causing a fishtail phenomenon which was quite alarming. Ingrate. He is an ungrateful person who doesn't say a word of thanks even though he was helped so much. Palpate. The doctor carefully palpated the area with his fingertips to check for swelling. Paper white. She was so scared that her face turned paper white and she was shaking. Plait. She carefully plaited her long hair into an elegant hairstyle. Smite. Ancient heroes smite evil monsters with a single swing of their giant swords. Wraith. On a foggy night, a vague white wraith-like shadow appeared on the shore of the lake. Braise. Used a high-temperature braising technique to join the two metal parts. Vitalize. The entry of new businesses will revitalize the stagnant local economy. Aide-de-camp. The general's aide-de-camp. He is responsible for managing classified documents and coordinating schedules. Digressive. His stories are always digressive and take a long time to reach a conclusion. Mindset. To be successful, you need a positive mindset that allows you to keep trying without fear of failure. Wavelet. The wind had stopped and the lake was calm, with not even a small wavelet visible. Bisect. On the map, the road runs exactly north-south through the city, bisecting it. Atelier. The painter is engrossed in the creation of a new work in his quiet, light-filled atelier. Fiver. He took a fiver note from his wallet to pay for his coffee. Ichthyosaur. The museum displays fossils of ichthyosaurs, giant reptiles that lived in the seas hundreds of millions of years ago. Ligature. During surgery, doctors ligated the blood vessels with special thread to stop the bleeding. Man-eater. The villagers were afraid of the ferocious man-eater tiger, which attacked livestock and harmed humans. Privateer. During wartime, privateers were authorized by the government to capture enemy ships and plundered the seas. Pyre. In ancient rituals, the body of a deceased king was cremated on a pyre. Quaver. Her voice was faintly quavering with deep grief. Sinecure. The position was a sinecure that offered a high salary but little actual work. Tricolor. The French flag, the tricolor, symbolizes liberty, equality, and fraternity. High net worth. The bank offered special services to high net worth customers with assets of over 100 million yen. Alzheimer's. Her grandfather suffers from Alzheimer's and sometimes forgets the faces of his family members. Alzheimer's. Her grandfather suffers from Alzheimer's and sometimes forgets the faces of his family members. Papyrus. The ancient Egyptians processed papyrus that grew naturally along the Nile River to make paper for records. Facelift. The old station building has undergone extensive renovations and a facelift to give it a new look. Right wing. He supports right-wing policies that emphasize traditional values and economic freedom. Apiarist. A skilled apiarist wearing protective clothing carefully harvested honey from the hive. Apiary. He runs a small apiary in the large garden of his parents' house, with several hives lined up. Gaiety. The festival venue was filled with gaiety with the sounds of people's laughter, music, and colorful decorations. High intensity. The athletes underwent high-intensity training that put a heavy load on their bodies in a short period of time. Liaise. To ensure the project progressed smoothly, he was responsible for liaising with the people in charge of each department. Naivety. He was so naive and trusting that he fell victim to a scam. Nicety. He places great importance on the niceties of language in diplomatic negotiations. Pay. When issuing a check, the name of the payee must be written correctly. Scaly. The lizard's skin is tough and scaly, which helps protect it from drying out. Stagey. His gestures were so exaggerated that they gave off a somewhat stagey impression. Stripy. He appeared casually dressed in a black and white striped shirt. Brainiac. He is the brainiac in his class and can solve any difficult math problem in minutes. Able-bodied. In times of disaster, the cooperation of able-bodied young people is essential. Hygienic. In order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases, hospitals must always maintain a hygienic environment. Eye-opening. The documentary, which conveys the horrors of war, was an eye-opening experience for many young people. iOS, iPhone. He prioritized ease of use and chose an iOS smartphone over an Android one. As yet unknown. Police began investigating after receiving a tip from an as yet unknown person. Waistcoat. When dressed formally, he wore an embroidered silk waistcoat under his jacket. Crinoids. Fossils on the ocean floor have revealed the remains of crinoids, plant-like animals that flourished hundreds of millions of years ago. Dilettante. He loves art, but is simply a dilettante with no professional training. Diorama. The museum displays elaborate dioramas that recreate life in the primitive age. Hydrophobia. Hydrophobia, a symptom of rabies, made the patient extremely afraid to drink water. Hypermetropia. He has hypermetropia and needs glasses to read close up. Iterate. You need to iterate the computational process over and over again until your program works correctly. High-handed. The subordinates are very dissatisfied with their boss's high-handed and arbitrary approach. Striated. When viewed under a microscope, skeletal muscle has a striated structure with distinctive patterns called striations. Alienable. Legally, ownership of land is considered an alienable right that can be transferred to others. Bicameral. Many democracies have a bicameral parliamentary system, consisting of an upper house and a lower house. Dishabille. She had no choice but to respond to the unexpected visitor in her morning dishabille. Phial. The magician took from the shelf a small glass phial filled with blue liquid. Sacerdotal. After rigorous training, he was given sacerdotal authority to perform church rites. Cranium. In anatomy class, we learned in detail about the structure of the human skull. Aeon. When we consider the history of the Earth, the time during which human civilization was established is only a brief aeon. Avian. Scientists are trying to prevent the spread of avian influenza by studying the migration patterns of migratory birds. Iteration. Software development involves repeated iterations of testing and modification. Quiescence. The volcano has been in a state of quiescence for hundreds of years. Tradesman. In the past, the town was lined with shops run by skilled tradesmen, including furniture makers and shoemakers. Ravening. A pack of ravening wolves, driven mad by hunger, approached the village. Diaphanous. She wore a diaphanous silk veil that was almost transparently thin. Lioness. The lioness with her cubs was very aggressive and intimidated anyone who came near her. Flatulence. After eating bean dishes, he suffered from flatulence. Puissance. Although the country may be small in size, its economic puissance sports, cannot be ignored. Salience. As the discussion progressed, the salience of issues that were initially downplayed became apparent. Valance. She attached a short valance to the top of the curtains to decorate the window. Defilement. The defilement of rivers caused by industrial wastewater has had a serious impact on the local ecosystem. Defrayment. The company made a defrayment for the expenses incurred during the business trip in exchange for a receipt. Derangement. The sudden tragedy caused him to suffer mental derangement and forced him into hospital. Gradient. This slope has a very steep gradient, making it difficult to climb by bicycle. Liniment. He applied a strongly scented liniment to his feet to soothe his sore muscles. Puissant. He was a very puissant leader in politics and wielded enormous influence. Raiment. The priest offering prayers in front of the altar was dressed in a gorgeous, shining white raiment. Sapient. Unlike other animals, humans are sapient beings with advanced thinking abilities. Sycophant. He is despised by his colleagues as a sycophant who flatters his superiors in order to get ahead. Lions. The lion's roar echoed. Breaststroke. In swimming class, he swam 50 meters using the breaststroke with a steady rhythm. Chivalrous. He is very chivalrous and quick to lend a hand when he sees a woman in need. Faithless. He has broken his promises many times and is considered a faithless man by those around him. Fineness. The silk thread is of amazing fineness and can be woven into extremely smooth cloth. Hypotenuse. In a right triangle, the longest side that forms a right angle is called the hypotenuse. Iciness. She discovered the betrayal and developed an iciness in her heart. Impious. Making noise in that sacred place is considered an impious act. Lameness. He noticed lameness in the horse's legs and immediately called a veterinarian for an examination. Piteous. Piteous cries of people crying for help could be heard from the disaster-stricken areas. Pylorus. The pylorus, located at the exit of the stomach, controls the passage of digested food into the duodenum. Vainglorious. He was disliked for his vainglorious nature, boasting exaggeratedly about his achievements. Deuteragonist. In a story, the second most important character after the protagonist is the deuteragonist. Microcredit. Microcredit, which provides small loans to support the self-reliance of the poor, is gaining attention. Vitiate. Flaws in the evidence can vitiate the legitimacy of the entire trial. Eigenvalue. In matrix calculations, finding the eigenvalue is one of the most important processes. Allay. We need to allay his fears. Array. He has a wide array of tools. Astray. We misread the map and ended up astray in the opposite direction from our destination. Attaché. As a diplomat, he serves as a cultural attaché at the embassy in Paris. Away. He took a vacation and traveled far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Bay. The view of the bay can be seen from the window. Betray. He vowed never to betray his best friend. Bouquet. She received a gorgeous bouquet of flowers for her birthday celebration. Bray. The bray of a donkey echoed from afar and broke the silence. Clay. He made a pot out of clay. Cliché. The phrase "love wins" is a cliché, but it contains truth. Convey. It can sometimes be difficult to convey gratitude through words alone. Crochet. As a hobby, she crocheted warm blankets during the winter. Decay. The old tree is decaying slowly. Defray. The company has agreed to defray all expenses incurred for this business trip. Delay. Bad weather caused a delay in the flight. Disarray. His room is in terrible disarray. Dismay. He felt dismay at the sad news. Disobey. Please do not disobey the rules. Display. He displayed his new work. Dossier. Police have compiled a detailed dossier about the international fraud ring. Essay. For a university assignment, she wrote an essay about inequality in modern society. Fillet. I grilled a fish fillet for dinner. Flay. Ancient hunters had the skill to flay the hide of animals. Fray. As the heated discussion continued, the participants' nerves began to fray. Gay. He is in a very gay mood. Gray. The sky is a gloomy gray. Hay. Hay is piled up on the farm. Jay. A jay is perched on the tree. Lay. He laid the book on the desk. Naivete. Due to his naivety, he easily believed the sweet investment story. Obey. You must obey the rules. Parquet. The floor is laid with parquet. Passé. The fashion is now considered passé. Pay. I paid for the product. Play. Children are playing outside. Portray. The film is a very realistic portrayal of 18th century aristocratic life. Pray. Every night, she silently prays for health and peace for her family. Prey. Lions move silently across the savannah in search of prey. Purvey. The company purveys fresh organic vegetables to local restaurants. Ray. A ray of light shone in. Repay. He repaid the money he borrowed from the bank. Coiffure. For the party, she had a professional hairdresser create a glamorous and sophisticated coiffure. Say. Whatever he says, my decision will not waver. Slay. The knight slew the dragon, which is a legendary monster. Sleigh. Santa Claus comes riding in a sleigh. Spray. To help alleviate the heat, I sprayed the plants in the garden with water from a hose. Stay. We decided to stay at a nearby cafe until the rain stopped. Stray. I found a stray kitten in the park that had gotten separated from its parents. Survey. The government conducted a large-scale survey on the life satisfaction of its citizens. Sway. The tall trees swayed wildly from side to side in the wind. Today. Today is a wonderful day. Tray. The waiter deftly carried the tray of drinks and placed it on the table. Underway. The new stadium construction project is currently well underway. Way. I looked up the quickest way to my destination on my smartphone. Way. At the airport counter, I had my checked baggage weighed. Seance. She attended a seance conducted by a medium in order to hear the voices of her deceased relatives. Chaos. The power outage caused traffic lights to go out, temporarily throwing the intersection into chaos. Payable. This invoice is payable within 30 days of the date of issue. Mayonnaise. He made his own mayonnaise with eggs and oil to make salad dressing. Laity. In religious ceremonies, the role of not only the clergy but also the laity is important. Betrayal. The betrayal from a trusted friend was a shock he could not bear. Portrayal. His portrayal in the movie was realistic. Abeyance. The construction plan has been put on hold pending the results of an environmental study. Conveyance. In legal terms, the act of transferring ownership of real estate is called conveyance. Layoff. The recession led to a massive layoff at the auto plant. Payoff. Years of hard work have finally paid off, bringing great payoffs. Layout. To create a magazine that is easy to read, it is important to consider the layout and balance between photos and text. Stabilize. Thanks to prompt medical treatment, the patient's condition was stabilized. Able. He is able to do it by himself. Cable. I am looking for a charging cable. Disable. For security reasons, some features have been temporarily disabled. Enable. New technologies enable us to instantly connect with people across great distances. Fable. As a child, I often read Aesop's fables, in which animals teach moral lessons. Gable. Its traditional houses are characterized by beautifully decorated gables. Label. Please put a label on the box. Stable. He is currently in stable condition after surgery and is on the mend. Table. He is eating at the table. Unable. He hurt his throat and was unable to speak at the meeting yesterday. Unstable. The old ladder was unstable and very dangerous to climb. Tablecloth. She laid out a clean white tablecloth for dinner. Disabled. The station has an elevator for disabled people. Labor. In British English, labor is spelled labor, and it is also frequently used in political terminology. Labor. The construction of the gigantic pyramid required the labor of a huge number of people. Neighbor. I'm on friendly terms with my neighbor who lives next door, and we always exchange greetings. Labor. At construction sites, many laborers are working hard. Neighborhood. This neighborhood is safe and very popular with families. Baby. The baby is sleeping soundly in the room. Maybe. It might rain tomorrow or it might be sunny. Rabies. If you are bitten by a dog or wild animal, you should go to the hospital immediately to prevent contracting rabies. Ably. She managed the complex project ably and competently to completion on schedule. Paycheck. He was thrilled when he received his paycheck from his first part-time job at a clothing store. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Radar. Even in the thick fog, the ship used radar to check for obstacles around it as it went along. Cicada. The chirping of cicadas echoed through the garden, breaking the silence of the summer afternoon. Persuadable. Although he appears stubborn, he is actually persuadable to logical explanations. Degraded. The soil has become degraded and crops no longer grow as they did before. Jaded. Jaded by years of city life, he decided to move to the countryside. Cradle. The mother gently rocked her baby in the cradle, trying to lull him to sleep. Ladle. With a large ladle, she portioned the hot soup into bowls. Maiden. The luxury liner set off on its maiden voyage, watched by a large crowd. Cadence. His poetry readings had a unique rhythm and cadence that was pleasant to listen to. Grader. He's only a first-grade grader, but he's incredibly knowledgeable. Invader. History textbooks tell stories of heroes who stood up to invaders from foreign lands. Nadir. When the economy hit nadir, the government introduced new economic measures. Raider. Defensive measures were taken to protect the company from raiders who were trying to take over the company. Heyday. The 1920s was the city's heyday as a jazz hub. Braided. She wore small flowers in her braided hair. Fading. At dusk, the fading light bathed the city in orange. Trading. Free trading between the two countries will revitalize the economies of both countries. Lady. She is a kind lady. Shady. We rested on a shady bench in the park to escape the heat. Radial. The city's road network radiates outward from the center. Radium. Marie Curie won the Nobel Prize for her discovery of the radioactive element radium. Stadium. The stadium where the final was held was filled with over 50,000 spectators. Circadian. Lack of sleep disrupts the circadian rhythms in the human body. Radiance. Bathed in the morning light, her face was filled with a radiance of happiness. Radiant. She was dressed in a wedding dress and flashed a radiant smile. Radius. This app shows you cafes within a 5 kilometers radius from your current location. Radiate. The fire in the fireplace warmed the entire room and radiated a soft light all around. Radiator. During the winter, the radiator near the window runs to heat the room. Irradiate. In medical settings, radiation is sometimes used to sterilize instruments. Radio. I listen to the radio. Credo. He lived by his credo throughout his life. Honesty is the best policy. Tornado. A huge tornado hit the city, causing devastating damage to many buildings. Bather. In the summer, the beach was crowded with many bathers. Scathing. He launched a scathing and relentless criticism of the irresponsible policies in his newspaper columns. Layer. When you look at the cross-section of the cake, you can see that the cream and sponge are layered beautifully. Mayor. The newly elected mayor has pledged to improve the educational environment. Payer. He is a model taxpayer, always paying his taxes on time. Player. He is the best player on the team. Purveyor. The store is known as the Royal Food Purveyor. Soothsayer. Ancient kings sought the advice of soothsayers before making important decisions. Surveyor. To accurately determine the boundaries of the land, a professional surveyor was hired. Playful. The puppies were playfully chasing each other around the yard. Chafing. My new shoes don't fit properly, causing chafing in my heels and making it difficult to walk. Pagan. Archaeologists have discovered traces of ancient pagan rituals that predate Christianity. Fragrance. The roses blooming in the garden are carrying a sweet, pleasant fragrance on the breeze. Flagrant. The foul committed right in front of the referee was so flagrant. Fragrant. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread wafted from the kitchen. Vagrant. He has no permanent job and lives a vagrant life, moving from place to place. Flagrantly. The company continued to operate in flagrant disregard for environmental standards. Greyhound. The greyhound galloped across the plains at an astonishing speed. Mayhem. With the sound of an explosion, the station was thrown into mayhem as people fled in panic. Archaic. The document contains archaic expressions that are rarely used today. Formulaic. His speech was formulaic and not very moving. Mosaic. The floor of the old church was covered with a beautiful mosaic made of colorful stones. Prosaic. He dislikes poetic expressions and always speaks only facts in prosaic language. Buffeting. The small boat struggled to withstand the buffeting of the raging waves. Contagion. The disease was highly contagious and spread quickly throughout the village. Agency. He works at an advertising agency. Interagency. To address the complex issues, interagency collaboration was established. Agent. He works as an agent specializing in negotiating contracts for athletes. Advantageous. Being able to speak a foreign language is a very advantageous criterion when looking for a job. Contagious. His bright laugh was so contagious that it brought smiles to the faces of those around him. Courageous. He took the courageous step of jumping into the fire to save the child, regardless of the danger. Outrageous. The food at the restaurant is delicious, but the prices are outrageous. Major. He is majoring in economics at university. Wager. He trusted his instincts and placed a large wager on the race. Plagiarize. It is not permitted to copy part of someone else's paper without permission and pass it off as your own. Plagiarism. Presenting the content of someone else's paper as your own is a serious form of plagiarism. Aging. In developed countries, there is an urgent need to take measures to address the issue of aging societies. Engaging. She has an engaging smile and quickly strikes a friendly relationship with people she meets for the first time. Cagey. He is very cagey about his private life and doesn't talk much. Awakening. Through his journey, he experienced an awakening to new values within himself. Naked. He was confronted with the naked truth and had no words to respond. Awaken. As the morning light filtered in, he slowly awakened in the silence of the forest. Mistakenly. It was dark, so he mistakenly took someone else's umbrella home. Vacancy. The apartment currently has no vacancies and is on a waiting list. Vacant. In the middle of the city, there is a vacant piece of land that has been abandoned for many years. Fracas. After the match, violent fracas broke out outside the stadium between excited fans. Acorn. In autumn, children play in the forest picking up acorns, which squirrels love. Acre. He bought a few acres of land on the outskirts of the city and started a farm. Baker. Every morning, the fragrant smell of bread baked by a local baker wafts through the air. Breaker. On the shore, we could see large breakers crashing in, creating white foam. Maker. The shoes are carefully made by skilled craftsmen. Taker. At first, there was no one willing to take on this challenging project. Acreage. The farm boasts enormous acreage and stretches to the horizon. Bakery. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread wafts from the bakery on the corner every morning. Placate. To placate the angry customer, the store manager offered a sincere apology. Vacate. He has to vacate the apartment by the end of this month as his lease is ending. Rakish. He wore his hat at a slight angle, giving him a somewhat rakish air. Flaky. The dough of this croissant is flaky and crumbly, giving it a great texture. Shaky. He was so nervous that his voice was shaky throughout his speech. Sacred. This mountain has long been revered by local people as a sacred place. Aqueous. In a chemistry experiment, salt was dissolved in water to create an aqueous solution. Phalanx. Ancient Greek hoplites fought in a strong phalanx, with their shields lined up side by side. Available. The material is available online to anyone. Unassailable. He presented overwhelming evidence and established an unassailable position. Unavailable. The person in charge is out of the office, so the details are currently unavailable. Bailiff. A bailiff maintains order in the courtroom and acts under the judge's instructions. Surveillance. To prevent terrorist attacks, strict surveillance is carried out in public places. Assailant. Police are analyzing security camera footage to track down the assailant who fled. Sailor. The experienced sailors calmly navigated the rough seas. Tailor. He ordered a suit from a famous tailor that would fit him perfectly. Trailer. He went camping over the weekend towing a trailer with his car. Melee. After the match ended, excited supporters stormed the pitch, resulting in a melee. Waylay. The thieves lurk in the shadows of the forest, waiting for an opportunity to waylay travelers. Ailing. The government has introduced new support measures to revive ailing domestic industries. Prevailing. In the region, winds blowing from the north are the prevailing wind direction. Daily. To stay healthy, he makes sure to exercise daily. Gaily. The festival site was bustling with gaily decorated food stalls and lanterns. Alien. His radical claims were alien to the sensibilities of many ordinary citizens. Salient. The presentation emphasized the most salient features of the proposal. Alias. He checked into the hotel under a false name to conceal his identity. Halo. In religious paintings, saints are depicted with shining halos behind their heads. Prelude. That small conflict was merely a prelude to the great war that was to follow. Azalea. In spring, the azaleas planted in the garden bloom with bright pink flowers. Bacchanalia. In ancient Rome, wild bacchanalia were held in honor of the god of wine. Paraphernalia. He is a mountaineering enthusiast, and his room is packed with camping paraphernalia. Regalia. At the king's coronation ceremony, lavish regalia such as a crown and scepter were displayed. Inalienable. Liberty and the pursuit of happiness are inalienable rights of all human beings. Alienate. His self-righteous attitude alienated him from his closest friends. Failure. He learned from his past failures and finally succeeded the next time. Layman. The theory was explained in a way that was easy to understand even for laymen without using technical terms. Claimant. The claimant submitted documents proving the circumstances of the accident. Payment. Credit cards and electronic money are used for payments for online shopping. Repayment. It took him 10 years after starting work to finish repaying his scholarship. Famous. The old castle is world famous for its beautiful gardens and historical value. Disclaimer. Please read the website's disclaimer carefully before using it. Amiable. She is well liked by everyone because she treats everyone with an amiable attitude. Sustainable. In order to protect the environment, there is an urgent need to switch to sustainable energy sources. Canaanite. Archaeologists have unearthed the remains of the Canaanite people who lived in the area of ancient Palestine. Canaanite. I learned about the Canaanite in history class. Drainage. The city's drainage system needs to be improved to prevent flooding during heavy rains. Anal. In the medical context, the function of the anal sphincter is very important. Complainant. At the trial, the complainant testified in detail about the damage suffered. Heinous. The cold-blooded crime was so heinous that it shocked the entire society. Canine. Police deployed a canine unit trained to investigate drugs. Campaigner. He has been a passionate campaigner for environmental protection for many years. Container. At the port, huge containers loaded with cargo to be transported all over the world are lined up. Retainer. He has engaged a lawyer and pays a fixed retainer fee every month. Trainer. He received guidance from a trainer at the gym and was able to build muscle efficiently. Chicanery. He used chicanery to try to avoid responsibility. Caning. In the past, caning was used as a form of punishment in some schools. Gaining. The young politician is rapidly gaining support through his sincere appeals. Remaining. He finally reached the goal after using up all his remaining energy. Grainy. The old photo was grainy when enlarged, and details were unclear. Rainy. On rainy days, I like to relax at home and read. Seine. Fishermen used large seine nets to catch large amounts of fish near the shore. Zany. His zany humor always gets everyone laughing. Maniac. He is a huge soccer fanatic and always visits the stadium on the weekends. Megalomaniac. The dictator took the megalomaniac step of erecting giant statues of himself throughout the city. Mania. The mania of fans towards this idol group has become a social phenomenon. Megalomania. Once in power, dictators gradually became obsessed with megalomania. Uranium. As a fuel for nuclear power generation, uranium is an extremely important resource. Mediterranean. During my summer vacation, I traveled to the Mediterranean region, where I could enjoy the blue sea and rich history. Subterranean. Deep beneath the city lies a vast subterranean drainage channel. Contemporaneous. The two incidents are contemporaneous and are suspected to be related in some way. Extraneous. To simplify the discussion, all extraneous information should be removed. Miscellaneous. During the move, I packed up all the miscellaneous items that I didn't know where to go into one box. Simultaneous. The match was simultaneously broadcast to millions of viewers around the world. Spontaneous. When his wonderful speech finished, spontaneous applause erupted from the audience. Simultaneously. The two incidents occurred simultaneously, leaving the police scrambling to respond. Spontaneously. When his brilliant performance finished, the audience spontaneously erupted in applause. Trainee. He is a new employee and is currently undergoing training as a trainee on site. Volcano. The volcano has become active again after hundreds of years of silence. Capable. He was a very capable leader and led his team to success. Inescapable. We are facing the inescapable fact of climate change. Stapler. I fastened the documents together with a stapler to keep them from falling apart. Papacy. In medieval Europe, the papacy wielded great political influence. Maple. In autumn, the maple leaves in the garden turn a vibrant red. Papal. Historians have studied the evolution of papal authority in medieval Europe. Staple. Rice is a staple food in many countries. Apex. The company has risen to the apex of its industry through technological innovation. Caper. The gang of robbers planned a daring caper by robbing the city's banks. Paper. He photocopied 10 papers as materials for the meeting. Taper. As the economy worsened, the government gradually tapered off its economic support measures. Vapor. When I blew on the cold window pane, it fogged up with white vapor. Vaporize. By irradiating the metal with a high-temperature laser, they succeeded in instantly vaporizing the metal surface. Paperback. He bought a lightweight, portable paperback to read on the go. Tapering. The top of the tower is tapered, narrowing towards the sky. Paperwork. The procedures at the government office required a large amount of paperwork and took a very long time. Escapism. To escape the harsh reality of his life, he indulged in escapism by reading fantasy novels. Playwright. Shakespeare is known as one of the world's most famous playwrights. Payroll. As the company grew in size, a new system was introduced to manage payroll. Mesa. In the middle of the desert stands a huge flat-topped mesa. Replaceable. Machine parts are replaceable, but the skills of a skilled craftsman are irreplaceable. Basin. Flood control works are underway throughout the river basin. Chasten. He had suffered a painful failure and had become completely chastened and quiet. Hasten. To hasten his recovery, the doctor recommended plenty of nutrition and rest. Mason. The walls of the old church have been beautifully restored by skilled masons. Masonry. The masonry of its old walls has withstood the elements for centuries. Complacency. If you become complacent and rest on your laurels, your growth will halt. Chasten. He was severely reprimanded and fell silent, looking completely chastened. Adjacent. The hotel is adjacent to the station, making it very convenient for tourists. Complacent. We should never be complacent with the status quo, but should always strive for further improvement. Complaisant. He has a very complaisant personality and cannot refuse a request from anyone. Nascent. Experts predict that this nascent market will see significant growth in the future. Basis. Claims that are not based on scientific basis are difficult to gain credibility. Homeostasis. The human body has the ability to maintain a constant body temperature, known as homeostasis, even when the outside temperature changes. Eraser. I erased the mistakes I made with the eraser attached to the end of the pencil. Basic. That is a basic technique of cooking. Basically. The plan is basically the same as the previous one. Facing. When you are facing a difficult situation, it is important to make calm decisions. Racist. Racist remarks should not be tolerated for any reason. Abrasive. His abrasive way of speaking sometimes annoys those around him. Evasive. He gave evasive answers to even the most pertinent questions. Invasive. These non-native species have a very high reproductive capacity and are invasive, destroying the ecosystems of native species. Persuasive. She gave a very persuasive presentation based on a wealth of data. Pervasive. The influence of the internet has spread to every corner of modern society and is extremely pervasive. Racism. International efforts to eliminate racism in all its forms continue. Racy. The weekly magazine carried some racy articles about the private lives of celebrities. Précis. He prepared a one-page summary of the lengthy report. Hasty. We should not jump to hasty conclusions when the evidence is insufficient. Tasty. The restaurant's signature dish is visually vibrant and very tasty. Insatiable. He has an insatiable appetite for knowledge and is constantly reading. Confrontational. He has a confrontational personality that often leads to conflict. Educational. The museum has educational exhibits that teach children the joys of science. Gravitational. The gravitational pull of the moon causes the Earth's tides. Occupational. Regular breaks prevent occupational illnesses caused by long hours of desk work. Operational. Repairs were completed and all the machines in the factory were operational again. Organizational. Achieving company goals requires strong organizational skills. Relational. Much of modern database technology is based on relational structures. Representational. The artist prefers a realistic, representational style to abstract painting. Sensational. The reporter wrote a sensational article that shocked the public. Transformational. The introduction of AI is having a transformational impact on the business world. Vocational. He is attending vocational school to gain skills that will help him get a job. Facial. His facial expression showed how surprised he was. Glacial. Global warming is causing Arctic glacial ice to melt rapidly. Palatial. The billionaire lives in a palatial mansion that looks like a castle. Racial. Many people are involved in activities to eliminate racial discrimination. Spatial. Architects need to have excellent spatial awareness to grasp three-dimensional space. Abbreviation. ASAP is a widely used abbreviation for as soon as possible. Aberration. Statistically speaking, this year's unusually hot weather can be considered a temporary aberration. Abomination. Harming innocent people is an abomination against humanity. Acceleration. The acceleration of the car is amazing,